Hello, and welcome to this, our 239th live stream. Monsters of Myth and Rubber Chicken. And if you have no idea what that's about, you need to see the Monday video. So, there's nothing better than having Monsters of Myth with rubber chickens. Yum! We want to welcome you to this Friday's live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We appreciate you joining us here tonight. The channel business is what's that?
Is the rubber chicken a spirit?
Is the rubber chicken a spirit critter? Wow, that is a great question. To my knowledge, no. It was served at the ETS banquet, and it was rubber. Lovely. Lovely. This could be a spirit critter, I guess. John says, rubber chicken, did someone get a time machine and steal my childhood dinners? Possibly. It's possible. Plan out a little here. Okay, so we want to welcome you all again tonight. Just a little bit of channel business for those of you who are interested in the fan fiction contest. The results are going to be announced next week. And those who participated will get and will get a certificate and feedback. Okay? Unfortunately, we didn't get enough entries to publish it, but there's always next year. And if we get enough entries next year, we could then publish them all in a combined volume. But we did get enough to have fill all the places, so that's good. Second piece of channel business. Christmas is coming up, you guys. And if you haven't bought Reliquary of the Dead or the sequel novel, All the Stars as Angels, consider giving yourself a Christmas present or somebody else you love. For those of you who are watching this who read on ebooks, the ebooks are right now on sale at half off. So they're $2.99. So this is a great time to pick up the books cheap and enjoy a really good read. Okay, so let's get into that's the channel business. Let's get into the rules, and then let's start taking your questions. Super chats have priority. No surprise there. That's true on any channel. We do take non-super chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. Only post non-super chat questions once. Question spamming will get your question disqualified for the night. If you quote something from the Bible, we need some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. We ask that if you sponsor a non-super chat, that you include the question in the super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. It saves us time and dead air. And finally, one question per chat. Question stacking isn't fair to anybody, so we don't allow it anymore. All right? So that said, let's get into the questions. Darkblade, question for next year's fanfiction rules. Is the guy that Trash Panda calls Nemesis a current living human being? Yes, he is, but his identity is so obscured by Nemesis, we might allow it. Okay? So if it's someone that's whose really identity is obscure to the point that you can't figure out who it is, at least not easily, we would probably allow it. If you can figure out who it is easily, yeah, we can't have that. So that would be the difference. CPM versus DOS. I need my new card to get here so I can get the audio book. Well, I hope you do get the audio book. We didn't get a lot of people buying the audio book. The results on that have been rather disappointing. So we're unlikely to do future audiobooks if we don't get more sales on that, because basically the time involved in producing an audiobook is extensive. Whoa, it's a lot of work. It really is. It takes about 30-40 hours to produce an audiobook. It really takes a huge amount of time, and people don't understand how much time is involved in an audiobook. There's a reason why they're as expensive as they are. So yeah, if you want future audiobooks, you gotta support the existing one. Okay, so next one here. Let's start getting into the questions here. We'll start off the night with some non-super chats. Our first one here is from Married Root Beer. Okay. First time I've seen that name. I'm planning on wanting to become an Egyptologist. I'm so sorry. It is cool, but he or she says, and I'm looking to apply at the University of Pisa in Italy. Is this a good school for their course within Egyptology? Okay. The faculty, you really have to judge a Egyptology program by its faculty. Okay, who's there? And there's only one Egyptologist on staff there. So I'm reticent to give a wholehearted endorsement to a faculty where there's only one Egyptologist on staff. I almost always recommend that Egyptology departments are usually not big. Okay. Liverpool had 7 people, and it's the biggest, largest faculty in, say, outside of Egypt. So, generally, if it's got 2 or more professors, full-time instructors, then by all means, just go for it. Here's what I would recommend. I don't know what stage you're at. I don't know if you're at the master's level or PhD level or what you're going for. If you're going for a master's degree, it matters less. I think if you're doing a master's degree, you'll probably get a fine education at Pisa. Okay? The school itself has a pretty good reputation. I just worry about how full-throated an education you're going to get specifically in Egyptology there with only one professor. Because if you only got one instructor, only one guy teaching Egyptology classes, he can't do it all. He can't cover a wide berth of classes. Because here's what's going to happen. If his full teaching load is going to be 5 classes, your full learning load is going to be 5 classes. Okay, that's going to be fine year 1. But what happens in year 2 when he has to teach the same class the next year? There's going to be a certain number of those classes he has to teach every year. So by the time you get into your second and third years, it's going to become very slim pickings for what classes you can still take. University of Toronto had 2 Egyptologists on staff, and this was a problem for a lot of, say, the PhD students and even sort of the more advanced master students there who are doing like 2-year programs. What do they take that would fill an Egyptology program when those professors are teaching core classes? So you have to then, yeah, you have to look. You start having to do cognate stuff, but that doesn't work so well when there's so much to learn in Egyptology. So Ryan asks, so would you lean against going to the University of Pisa? It depends. Now, here's the other thing Here's the other thing you've got to consider too. Egyptology programs are really competitive. They're very, very competitive. So you might want to apply for the University of Pisa anyway, on the off chance you can't get in anywhere else. Egyptology programs are that competitive that you can do a full round of applications and get nothing. So that's what I would recommend, is apply to the University of Pisa anyway. But again, depending on your program level. But if you've got an option where there's multiple, a school where there's multiple Egyptologists on staff, and they're good Egyptologists, pick that instead. The one they have at Pisa is good, but he's by himself. There's only so much teaching load he can do. So that's my recommendation as far as the University of Pisa and its Egyptology program. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it, and good luck. Okay, next one here is going to be from King Bubby, and he asks, would you say there's any method to the notion that the Ark of the Covenant was an idol? Now he has a continuation, which is actually a second question. So we will take this question first. Do I think there's notion that the Ark of the Covenant was an idol? I'm sure somebody was worshiping it as an idol. Generally, though, no. It's from the type of furniture that's involved here, it would have been more or less universally recognized that the furniture itself wasn't an idol, because this furniture was ubiquitous in Levantine and Egyptian cult rituals. Okay, and it was recognized as being sort of the throne of an idol, not an idol itself. So while you might have some Goomba somewhere in Israel worshipping it as an idol, that wouldn't have been normative cult practice. And he follows up with the next question here, and the ban on idolatry in the Mosaic Law was a later addition. I don't think it was a later addition. It does seem to come directly from Sinai. So Merv Monson goes, I think Dan McClellan is one who postulated that it was an idol. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. What does he know about the Ark of the Covenant? Zip! This was my specialty. The Ark of the Covenant is my specialization. Do no sod off about the Ark of the Covenant. Oh boy. All right. So I don't think the addition of the ban on idolatry is a later addition. It doesn't mean there weren't idolaters. There was lots of idolaters in Egypt. Just like today, heroin's against the law, but you get a lot of heroin users. Just because something is against the law doesn't mean people don't do it. Tax evasion, against the law. People still do it. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that the Mosaic Law banned idolatry doesn't mean people aren't going to do it. So, okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. We got Smiley Bonbon. Hey, Bonbon, good to see you. It's been a long time. He asks, was God always seen as omnibenevolent, even in times of ancient Israelites? Whether or not he was seen as all good, sort of begs the question of, was his behavior always portrayed as all good? Now, we have to define what we mean by all good, which is omnibenevolence. I prefer all good over omnibenevolence. But one of the things I will say about the whole all goodness thing is there's two kinds of ways to express goodness. Okay? One way is grace, unmerited favor. That's a form of goodness. The other form of goodness is justice. Okay? One of the things when we talk about God being all good, and the fact is that the earliest expression of God's goodness is in Genesis 3, where man has sinned and he pronounces judgment. Okay? That's an expression of God's goodness. He also gives him clothes. Okay? The fig leaves are not cutting it. And they're itchy too. So that is an expression of God's goodness. Is God judges man for his sin and then gives them a parting gift as they leave the garden. So, that's one of the things we have to be cognizant of when we talk about the goodness of God, is that God didn't have to give us grace. There was no compulsion for God to resolve our sin through the finished work of Jesus Christ. Didn't have to do it. God could have wiped all of us out. He could have said, "Hey, man, you messed up. I'm gonna do summary judgment on you all, and you're done." And that would have still preserved God's omnibenevolence, because the exercising of justice is an exercise of goodness. But the fact that he didn't do that sort of shows us the kind of God he is. He's a God of mercy. He's a God of grace. Like, for example, when he appears to Moses, he says, God says that I will visit judgment upon the evildoer to the third generation, but for those who love me, I will have loving kindness to the 1,000th generation. So, even in the times of the ancient Israelites, we get statements of God's omnibenevolence. So I think there's a lot there that we have to sort of keep in mind when we talk about, was God seen as omnibenevolent? He was seen as really a magnified high goodness. All good, as it were. But again, how is goodness expressed? It's expressed by grace, it's expressed by favor, and it's expressed by justice. We're kind of uncomfortable with justice these days. We don't like the fact our sin catches up to us. But it is an aspect of goodness, and it's an aspect we cannot ignore. All right. So let's move on to the next one here. AJ Higgins, composer, asks, why did Amal Marduk release Jeconiah, 2 Kings 25:27? Let's just take a look at the text here, and then 2 Kings. My Bible here. Okay, 2 Kings 25:27. Okay, now it came about in the 37th year of the exile of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, In the 12th month, on the 27th day of the month, that evil, evil Merodach, that's Amel Marduk, king of Babylon, and he's the second king of Babylon after Nebuchadnezzar. In the year that he became king, released Jehoiachin, king of Judah, from prison. Here's the thing. Why did he release him? Because he wasn't a threat. That's essentially the reason. He wasn't a threat. After the passing of Nebuchadnezzar, Israel was behaving itself. The exiles were not rioting in the streets. There was really no reason to keep him in prison, essentially. In fact, interestingly enough, we do have a cuneiform tablet where he's given Jehoiachin is given a ration of olive oil, and that tablet is in the British Museum right now. Really interesting cuneiform tablet. So, it actually speaks of this incident where he's given a ration. He's actually given a ration, and presumably set up with a home. So, we don't know why, but it sounds like there wasn't any reason not to let him go here. So, I hope that helps, and appreciate the question. And I think the next one here is going to be AJ Higgins also asks, why is Neriglissar of Babylon never mentioned in the biblical text? He seems to be a semi-important character in Babylonian history. The reason is because the Bible doesn't record everything, even some important events. Here's the thing: the biblical writers record what they felt was important. Like, for example, Merneptah's conquest of Gezer, never recorded in the Bible. King Ahab and his victory over Tiglath-Pileser at the Battle of Karkar. That's a huge event. It's one of the most important events in biblical history. The Battle of Karkar. That and the Battle of Carchemish. Those are the two big battles during the Old Testament period. Is it mentioned at all? No. Karkar is never mentioned. And it is the absolute pinnacle of Ahab's career. So I think that that the biblical writers are basically picking out those things that are important for the religious and moral story of Israel, but they're not going to include everything. They're not going to include every administrator. They're not going to include every battle. They're not going to include every invader. They're just not going to include that. So, yeah. Hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. But it's one of those things that, yeah, we think that some things should be in the records, and they're just not. Because the ancient writer didn't see it as essential for what they're trying to communicate. Yeah. Merv Monson says, imagine someone writing the whole history of America today. Yeah, you're not gonna include every detail, even the ones you think is important. I mean, who was Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State? I don't know. I don't know.
I'm patting myself on the back. I know who Woodrow was.
Who cares?
Well, family.
I'm sure there's somebody in the audience who's going to look it up on Google right now and put it in the chat. CPN versus DOS. Grover Cleveland? Boring.
Nope. William Jennings Bryan.
Oh, William Jennings Bryan. Okay.
1915. 1950.
2 years, huh?
Known for his
So it's William Jennings Bryan. But the fact is, most of us don't know this on the top of our heads because it doesn't really matter to us. And these little administrators here and there didn't matter to the biblical writers either. Wait, Abraham Lincoln wasn't a vampire slayer? Oh boy. Oh boy. I worked for the FX company at one point that for a special effects company, visual effects company that worked on Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer.
It was a technical.
Yeah, the special effects were really good. It's just terrible story. Okay. CPN versus DOS added to the lore. Is anyone keeping track of this lore? I'm not.
You need to
Yeah,
compile it.
somebody's got to compile the Dr. Falk lore somewhere and put it in an archive, because frankly, I'm not keeping track of it.
I'm doing it.
Mrs. Producer isn't keeping track of it either. Okay. I mean, I don't even have a Wikipedia page, but which is kind of funny for a YouTuber. Well, almost every YouTuber has a Wikipedia page. I don't.
Are you saving this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't. I mean, I think IP has a Wikipedia page. Yeah. Almost every YouTuber does. I don't. Yeah. Kind of glad I don't, because I'd have to probably put in a lot of corrections. But hey. Okay, next question here from AJ Higgins. What has been the most influential food item you've tried that has altered your conception of reality? Oh, that's easy. Curry. I first tried curry when I was in my 20s. And it just blew my mind. The flavor just was amazing. Also, the fact is that you find a version of curry in just about every culture in the world. It's really uncanny. Ranco and Cat. Mushrooms? Nope. Tried a lot of mushrooms, not that kind. Not anything that would alter my reality anyway. Tui, Tusmatos, Tui says, not mushroom tea or space cake? Nope, never tried that stuff. Not interested.
Reality is fascinating.
CPM versus DOS. Curry is just okay. Japanese curry is great, though. I have had, like, Fijian curry. Fijian curry is awesome. Nepalese curry is fantastic. There's a lot of different curries out there. Just every region of the world has its own curry. Even the United States has a version of curry. They just call it chili. It's easier to get Nepalese curry than it is to get Fijian. Fijian curry is awesome. It's slow cooked. The meat just falls apart. It's really intensely spiced. It's beautiful, beautiful stuff. Rich Adams says, just made Thai shrimp and chicken curry. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, there's just so many types of curries around the world. It's phenomenal. It's a ubiquitous food. So like for example, as I said, the fact that the flavor of curry was really intense and really interesting. I mean, it opened my world culinarily, but to find out that it's everywhere just was kind of one of those things that, oh, how did that happen? So, so yeah, that's sort of the food that sort of changed my opinion of things. Okay, Higgins, would a McCurry even be spicy? No, no, it wouldn't. It'd be disappointing. All right, let's move on here. I think there was one more, and then I'm going to move on here. Foodie section. Yep, this was the foodie section. Zach asks a really interesting question. Does 1 Corinthians 11:26 mean that after the second coming of Jesus that there won't be communion anymore? Let's look at that. 1 Corinthians 11:26. Okay. And this is talking about what the Lord said at the Lord's Supper. And it says, well, verse 25, we'll use a little context here. In the same way, he took the cup also after supper, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance for me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes." Okay. The pivotal word here is going to be until. Akri. Okay? As far as until, it expresses a limit. Okay? So, it's basically a remembrance of Christ until Christ comes. He returns. At that point, we don't need the remembrance anymore because he's in our midst. He's there. So, it's one of those things where communion is sort of a way of remembering that Christ finished work. And it's also a way of him having communion with us. Okay? Now, I'm not going to get into the real presence thing here or not, but I am going to basically say that once he returns, it's not necessary anymore. And it's not necessary anymore because he's there. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the instruction. It's until. Or as far as. So absolutely. Once the second coming happens, there might be some people who still celebrate it, but it's not an ordinance at that point. It might be something that's done as a celebration, but it's not an ordinance anymore. So it's only necessary up until that point. Okay? So, that said, thank you very much for the question. We had a really good set of non-super chats here, but we do need to get on to the super chats. Okay. First super chat here is from Chow Yi for 15. Myanmar. Question. Full Mr. EC mode. Oh, let's get him on the screen here. Mr. EC, where are you? There he is. Okay. Could the Magi have been connected to the Sabaeans of Haran, given their location in Anatolia and the prominence of astrology? It's possible. The text does say that the Magi were from Anatolia. This is often translated as the East, but it specifically is talking about, say, Turkey and Asia Minor. Haran is technically in Syria, but it's close enough to Anatolia that it could have been included in that broad sense of Anatolia as well. So, possible. Is it likely? Don't know. Ryan Cohen Camp says, so not Babylon? I don't think Babylon. I don't think that's Babylon's likely there. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Next super chat here is from AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is baptism of the Spirit? Acts 1:5. Okay. Go to Acts. Now, the confusion of this passage is in its translation. And the passage reads, for John baptized with water, but you shall be baptized with the Holy Spirit not many days from now. Now, here's the thing. The word baptize or baptism has become loaded language. It probably did not have that loaded language meaning when the text was written. So, a lot of modern translations are now translating baptism in this baptized in this passage as immersed. Okay? Which is the sort of the translation we expect from standard Koine Greek per the Oxyrhynchus papyri. So, a better... Yeah, people used to baptize tables and cups. Yep. So we should render this as more along the lines of, for John immersed in water, but you shall be immersed with the Holy Spirit not many days from now. So what is this talking about then? It's a metaphor. Okay? You're not literally getting drenched with the Holy Spirit. Okay? So we're forced here to sort of take this as more of a metaphor. Whereas John literally immersed with water, that baptism of repentance, following this, you will be immersed or overwhelmed with the Holy Spirit not many days from now. Now, the Holy Spirit basically sanctifies, it cleanses sin, it points us to the right path on the Christian walk. So it's really that sort of eschatological inauguration of salvation itself. Salvation and redemption. Yeah, I'm thinking faster than I'm talking. It happens sometimes. So it's one of those things is that we can't, it doesn't help to focus on the loaded language aspect that baptism has come to represent, but take it more on its original way it was originally written and the meaning in its historical context. So it's really then talking about the presence of the Holy Spirit overcoming us, not so much that it has anything to do with water at all. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat is from BC4YT for $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, I think the best skeptical argument against Christianity is that Christ's body was stolen before the tomb was sealed. Yeah, sure. What would you say is the best evidence against this? A couple of Roman guards would probably guarding a tomb, being told don't let anyone take the body, might be a good deterrent. The Romans had no interest in letting someone steal that. And it's possible someone might have bribed the guard. That's possible. But okay. That if anyone finds out, that's not a good thing. Now, we do see that, like for example, after the body goes missing, the the um the Jewish leaders basically tell the guards, "Hey, tell them you were bribed. We will back you up on this. Okay, you won't get into trouble if you tell them we're bribed." Well, those guards knew if they did that too, that's a death penalty offense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Roman soldier no more. Exactly. Yeah. So we're never told how. I mean, they did pay off the guards, but to basically say the story that they were bribed. But at the same time, too, we don't know if the Roman guards actually reported to their commanders that that's what happened. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people who take bribes and don't follow through. I mean, I cannot imagine a soldier going up to his centurion and saying, well, the body went missing because I was bribed. Yeah, that's not gonna go over well. That's gonna go over really, really poorly. Just saying. There'll be 2 more crucifixions by the end of the week. Okay, so now it could have been too that there was an earthquake, the tomb did open, and they ran away. That's possible. And then once they ran away, then the body could have been stolen. Sure, that's completely possible. Oh, there. Yeah, for them to run away, it'd have to. It would probably be the fact that it ran away and the stone rolled open that would have caused them to run. But then again, now you've got cowardice.
Also not.
Not great. Also not great.
Commanding officer.
Yeah. Yeah, Uh, but again, this body would have been also stolen on the 3rd day. If Christ was really dead, ooh, ew. Mrs. Producer does not want me to go into details here, but yeah, that's not good, man. That is not good. Ooh. Uh, in that sort of temperature, bodies do not stay fresh long. Yuck. Yuck. Uh, there's a good chance they would have been whoever, if it was stolen, whoever stole it would have been covered with some filth. Okay? Oh, the smell would have been bad enough. But the purge fluids would have been even worse. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't mummify their bodies, so and Christ's burial was very hasty. So it didn't even get the full spice treatment. So so that would probably be a huge. I mean, okay, when we talk about what are the best arguments against the body being stolen, it would be first, the guards would be in serious trouble if they let someone into the tomb, or they would have ran away. That, I mean, either bribery or cowardice would have ended up in the death penalty for the guards. The fact is that his body would have been in no condition to retrieve, at least not in a pretty way. Yeah, the Jews did have a thing against touching corpses too, especially ones in advanced states of decomposition. Also, the fact is, I mean, there is also the rejoinder as well that 500 people saw him walking around. So, I think Mama says ain't no hiding that mess. No, there ain't. Whoa. Yeah, so Andrew Graham, this is the embalming session of the show. Well, you were talking to an Egyptologist. I do know a little something about embalming and dead people. Mama gives a lot of laughing here. Oh yeah, she finds it funny. Mrs. Producer's about to lose her cookies, but Mama thinks this is hilarious. Okay, so then that would be the 3 points of evidence I would say is against the body being stolen. Essentially, what would happen to those guards if such a thing did actually happen? What would happen to the people trying to transport the body on the third day? And finally, the fact that you have 500 people witnessing Christ walking around. So, PC4YT, pass the Natron shaker. Oops. Mama says, Doc knows dead and dead. Yep. Yeah, Andrew Graham. Spoiler alert, the body wasn't stolen, yeah.
How to transport it.
CPN versus DOS. How to Transport a Decaying Body by Dr. David Falk. Whoa.
I think that would get...
Yeah, that would get unwarranted legal attention, I'm pretty sure.
I'm an Egyptologist.
Okay, well, that was fun. Is that in the lore? Could
No,
be.
Absolutely not. Official ruling. Dr. Falk is not.
I have not transported a human body at any point in time. Handled human remains, yes. Transported, no. Okay, let's move on here. We have some. We'll start on some questions here from AT Ministries. Here. Okay. He asks, Kish is in Mesopotamia. Yes, it's in Mesopotamia. I thought it's in Arabia. Again, this comes out of Genesis 10. Genesis 10 is ethnography. You can't take ethnography at face value. You always have to compare ethnography to the geography and to the actual biological lines of descent. So, Kish is definitely in Mesopotamia. It's actually near Syria. So it's not in Arabia. Again, people make this mistake all the time of confusing ethnography and geography. Okay, but it's such a common thing that I have to sort of repeat this over and over again. But anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Next question from AT Ministries. Thank you very much for the super chat. What age did people get married in Egypt? It depended. Typically, for women, it was between 16 and 19. Typically, for men, it was put off. It could be quite late. It depended on how far they got in their career. It could, for men, it could be as early as about 20 normally, but it could be as late as their 30s for a first marriage. Okay? But again, it depends upon what exactly they're doing for a living. If they're in a closed community, in a craftsman community, it might be younger. If they're farmers, it might be a little older. It just really depends. So, but, typically for women, quite young, while they're still, most of the time while they're still in their late teens. For men, it's usually their early 20s. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and his next one is thoughts on John Walton's change of mind on Genesis 1 being a temple motif and Adam and Eve not being priests in Genesis 2, 3. I don't think he's correct here. I think his original ideas are stronger. There's clearly temple precincts being set out in Genesis 1. It uses cultic language for idol, image, and likeness. It's really, really clear that this is a temple motif. Okay, so I don't know why he changed his mind on this, but I don't think he's correct. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then we'll take this one, and then we'll get back to the ordinary super chats. Are there non-demonic, non-angelic spirit critters? Yes, there are. Okay. One such spirit critter are the souls of human beings. Human beings are spirit critters. Even though we are, in our normal existence here on Earth, embodied spirit critters, we're still spirit critters. Okay? Now, the difference between, say, an angel and demonic is not a direct opposite. An angel is a messenger. Okay? That's the primary job function of, and both these descriptions, demonic, demon, and an angel, demonos and angelos, they are job descriptions. Okay? Demonos is a spirit that does things. It's a doer. Okay? Basically someone who, basically a spirit critter that's set to do tasks. So it's not actually, a demon is not necessarily covers every evil spirit. Okay? Likewise, an angel is a messenger. Not every good spirit is an angel. You do have primordial deities. They're spirit critters. You got chaos monsters. They're spirit critters. You've got all sorts of, more or less, fauna in the spirit world that are neither demons nor angels. Okay? So there are definitely spirit critters that don't fall into either one of these categories. So, again, we tend to sort of collapse the two together and think they're opposites, polar opposites, when they're not. So, again, this comes down to work functions, job functions, more than it does actually as far as classification of beings. Keeps Learning says, Angel has become a catchword for all good and bad spirit critters. though not accurate. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, it's not accurate. But it has become a catchword. It's a dilution of the original meaning. Okay. That's our first few AT Ministries super chats. We'll go on to the next one. BC4YT for 5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Their second favorite argument is that Christ received a common criminal's burial and was never even in a tomb. What are your thoughts on this? Okay, once he's dead, he can be buried anywhere he wants. His family wants him to be buried. Okay? Now, he doesn't come back and give his preference.
Where?
Yeah, true. As long as the family can pay for a burial, the fact is that Roman crucifixion worked was once person was crucified, the punishment's done. The Romans didn't care what happened to bodies generally after. Now, because there had been this prophecy that Christ would return from the dead, it's they wanted to make sure that didn't happen. So it doesn't even make sense that he would be buried in a criminal's tomb. And a criminal's tomb was just a cave anyway. Okay, so we're talking here the difference here is that a family tomb was often excavated from a limestone embutment of some kind, whereas say a criminal's tomb burial is just in a cave. They're both caves. One's just a natural cave, the other's an artificial cave. They're both caves. A tomb is just a cave, just a limestone cave. That's it. So, Merv Monson says, didn't Bart Ehrman claim that the real Jesus must have been left on the cross and eaten by scavengers? Laugh out loud, what clownery. Yeah, I mean, the fact is that would have been an offense to the Jews on a high holy day. Okay. Leaving a body up on a cross during not only a Sabbath, but a Passover. Yeah, that would have been a grave offense. I mean, the Jews would not have stopped, say, the Romans from crucifying him, but the Jews were not beyond rioting.
That's why he got the spirit.
Yeah.
To make sure they were dead so they could be dead.
Yeah, that's why he got the spear in the side, was to finish the job. You know, they basically used the spear on the side on all the criminals being executed that day to finish the job so they can take the bodies down and bury them. So and frankly, little religious offenses like leaving a body up on a pole during a
revolt.
Yeah, would have caused revolt.
There's no way.
Yeah, like when Herod wanted to put the Roman eagle on the court of the Gentiles of the temple. Oh, that caused a riot. Yeah, that caused a riot.
The one thing I want is...
Yeah, Rome wants compliance. They want a compliant, submissive land. They want submissive people that they can tax. Squeeze for taxes. They don't want to deal with riots. Riots are expensive. They're time-consuming. They're messy. They destroy property.
People who, as we've seen,
yeah,
whose shops are destroyed, can't pay taxes.
Yeah. So, you know, so I mean, the whole idea that Christ would have been thrown in a criminal's tomb, well, that's still a cave. I mean, like, both the tomb and the criminal's burial are in caves. Just, as I said, one's natural, one's artificial. So, I mean, it doesn't even make sense. What's the difference here? And both would have been guarded. So, yeah. Yeah, so... And the family would have known where the burial would have taken place. Because they're the ones handling the bodies. Romans didn't handle the bodies. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Kiwami Adu says, Ehrman doesn't seem to be a very good historian. He's solid in his field, but tends to be off base when it comes to actual history. He's lost a lot of his edge over the years. He says a lot of things now that he would have never used to have said as a 40-year-old. So a lot of his edge he's lost a lot. He's forgotten a lot. So he was a lot sharper 30 years ago. He's not so sharp today. So Mama says Ehrman is disingenuous and contradicts himself. Oh yeah, frequently. Yeah, now he does, anyway. But he's now getting into these issues more. Because here's the thing, 30 years ago, he would have stayed away from some of this stuff. Now he just sort of dives into it. And, you know. Yeah. Patui says, soldiers, hell that bloody corpse. Ew, the colonized peasantry can do that instead. Yeah, exactly. Well, they don't want to handle it. They don't. Yeah. Well, soldiers have never cleaned up corpses. Not in ancient Rome. It's exact. I mean, Patui's got it right here. That's what the peasants are for. You know, that's how empires work. You get the peasants to do it. So, yeah. Kwame says he was on Myth Vision talking about how Moses never existed, and I'm sitting there like, how is he an authority on Moses? I know. That was so bad. Especially when he forgot when he said. I mean, I remember he went on Paulogia once, and and he was critiquing Kennedy, and there's a lot to critique Kennedy on. But Ehrman said at one point, what does this have? What does the killing of the firstborn have to do with the Exodus? Like, what? What? Dude's forgotten the story. He's forgotten his Sunday school. What does the killing of the firstborn have to do with the Exodus? Yeah, that was fun. I was like, did you miss the point about the Passover? I don't get it. What does the killing of the firstborn have to do with the Exodus?
People don't actually read their Bible, and the fact it's not the church. Old Testament. Passover is just a Jewish holiday. You don't have any.
Jack Ray, how does one forget firstborn in Exodus? Here's how you do it. You become an atheist, and then you never pick up the Bible again for the next 50 years. Because you think you know it. That's how it happens. I mean, this is the reason why we, on this channel, whenever someone asks a Bible question, we bring up the Bible. It's too easy to forget the details. And if you don't do that enough, if you don't bring up your Bible and you don't read it, you not only forget the details, you start forgetting the major events too. And this is what's happened to Ehrman. is he's forgotten the big things because he stopped reading it. He stopped reading it 50 years ago. So, so Kwame says, "Oh, you think Ehrman doesn't even read the Bible anymore?" Yeah, yeah. I don't think he reads it anymore. Look, I mean, he's not alone in this. I've encountered a lot of Bible scholars who stopped reading the Bible decades ago. And not just atheists. I've encountered evangelicals that do this too. Christians that do this, that stopped reading the Bible decades ago because they think they know it. Yeah. 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 Scott Worthen says Ehrman still knows the NT though. He does because he's memorized a lot of it. He's of that generation where the memorization of scripture was seen as part of the primary discipline. But so, I mean, while you can do that with, say, I mean, there's been more than one person who's memorized the New Testament. And that wasn't unusual in Ehrman's generation to memorize the entire New Testament in Greek. That was very common. There's been some people who are trying to bring that back, but it's really hard to do in a day and age where you have so much secondary sources. But you can't memorize the entire Old Testament. It's just too big. So, Patui says, even the English and new French new historicists are like sources, primary sources, make with the sources. It's all about sources. Yeah, it's all about sources. Yeah, so Murph Monson says, when Ehrman was questioned by Danny Jones on the Danny Jones podcast, it was evident he doesn't read the Bible. Yeah. Well, I mean, he got a lot of it in his at his time at Moody. Yeah, Bart Ehrman had got his bachelor's degree at Moody Bible Institute. Yeah. Yeah. So he got a lot of Bible there. He got a lot of Bible in his upbringing, and he thought that's enough. And a lot of people end up, with that attitude who go into Mama. Oof, Moody, deep sigh. Yeah. Yeah, the deconstruction rate at Moody is not good. But that's a topic for another time. Okay, so let's move on here to the next super chat. BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. The 60-second countdown music sounds like a cavern full of resonating crystals. Was it inspired by your time as a gem master? No, it wasn't. It was actually inspired by the song Tubular Bells. But instead of being tubular bells, which actually, to be honest, in the song Tubular Bells, there aren't very many tubular bells. But it was more inspired by the idea of a crystal cave. I kind of envisioned like a crystal cave where, say, crystals would resonate and basically ting against each other. So that was my inspiration for the song. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. BC4YT. $2 for $2 Australian. Thank you for super chat. What are the sources? What sources for the battles you mentioned? Okay. The sources for the Battle of Karkar are from the Annals of Tiglath-Pileser. I think it's the third, and it was one of the historical prisms. Okay, so that's the source for that. Now, the Battle of Carchemish, we actually have Babylonian annals for that. So for Carchemish, we've got the Babylonian annals or the Mesopotamian annals. And you can find that, for example, I believe, is it Sasson's book? Let me just double check that. Oh. You can find that in the Assyrian and Babylonian Chronicles by Grayson. So Grayson's where you'll find that. Okay, so that's where you're going to find that sort of stuff. Karkar, that's going to be in the historical prisms. So you'd have to probably look it up into that. And it was seen as an incredible failure by Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser, that was probably his big failure, was at the Battle of Karkar. And much of that prism goes into the explanation of how the king of Assyria failed the gods. And it led to this decay that caused the Assyrians' defeat at the hands of that Levantine coalition. So hope that helps. So those are the sources you can look up for that. Okay. Karkar Binks. Let's hope not. Next AT mystery one here. You mentioned Midian were descendants of Ishmael, but aren't Midianites descendants of Abraham? Genesis 25:2. Yes. Here's what's going on with Midian. Okay, now Midianites and Ishmaelites are two different ethnonymic designations. Okay? A Midianite is a reference to location. Okay? That's a geographic ethnonym. An Ishmaelite is a tribal ethnonym. So it is possible to be an Ishmaelite living in Midian, which makes that Ishmaelite also a Midianite. That's how it works. The same way as a Vancouverite can also be a Canadian. Okay? Yeah. Well, Quebecois is also a Canadian too, but hey, they don't think so, but they are. So you can have, same person could have multiple ethnonymic designations. So Midianites are descendants of Abraham because Ishmaelites are descendants of Abraham. See how that works? Scott Warthen, Midianite of Eastern Sinai, Negev, and adjacent part of Hejaz. I think by Hejaz you mean the Arabian Peninsula. If that's what you mean, because I'm not familiar with that term Hejaz, but I know it as the Arabian Peninsula. So yeah, Midian included Eastern Sinai, Edom, and the western side of the Arabian Peninsula. That was Midian. Okay? At least in the late Bronze Age. Once Edom establishes itself as a kingdom, Midian shrinks to the western coast of the Arabian Peninsula. But yeah, that's really what's going on there. Yeah, near Mecca. The Negev is the desert. Okay, the Negev actually stretches from Jordan all the way across Edom and into all the way to Gaza. Okay, so the Negev includes Edom, but it doesn't. It's not. Edom is not all of the Negev. Now, one of the interesting things we need to point out too is that Edom was not always the Negev. The Negev is a deserted region. In the late Bronze Age, Edom had wheat fields. It wasn't always a desert. Moab wasn't always a desert. This came up actually in a really interesting paper that I heard at ETS this year. So there was an ETS paper that talked about Moab as being covered in wheat fields. It was really, really interesting. And if you take into account, say, the biblical narratives, like the narrative with Lot goes to Moab and moves southward because of the green fields he sees. Naomi goes to Moab because of the wheat fields. So, oh yeah, Scott Worthen says paleoclimatology allows the Bible to make sense. Absolutely. You have to account for the paleoclimatology. Sinai in the late Bronze Age was a savanna. It wasn't a desert. I mean, I gave a paper on this talking about the climatology of the Sinai in the late Bronze Age, where we have like ample evidence that the Sinai was covered in grasslands, had acacia, almond trees, and even some olive trees, and even had wild game. So this whole idea that the whole area was always a desert is just factually untrue. I mean, to think that Jordan was once a lush agricultural land? Yeah, it's crazy to think, because it's considering what Jordan is like today. But boy, things have changed. Like, most people don't even realize that, for example, that Israel had a huge swamp that cut the country right down the center. Huge swamp. An impassable swamp. The land of the Philistines, which is the coastal plain, and the Judean foothills, was separated by this swamp. And there were hippos living in that swamp. This is one of the reasons why, say, when the Egyptians did their campaigns into the Judean foothills, they had to travel up the coastal plain, go to near Jezreel Valley, and use the Jezreel Valley to cut back over eastward to come back down into the Judean foothills. It's because they had to go entirely around that swamp. They couldn't cut across it. So it's crazy to think about it, seeing what the climate is like today. But it was a wetter time. There was a lot more precipitation. They used to get the area used to get seasonal torrential rains. As I said, Sinai was a savanna. Moab and Edom had wheat fields, and Israelites to Philistines. This is my swamp.
Yeah, kind of.
Michael Gee says, that would deprive the hippos of snacks. Ooh. Not a good foodie section. There was an American scheme to populate the Mississippi with hippos for food. Yeah, didn't work out, but yeah, they wanted to, some guy wanted to populate the Mississippi River with hippos as a food animal.
We was-
Yeah, it was probably their first snack. Hippo meat, yeah. Yeah, the guy was thinking hippo meat. Mama says, "Oh my word." The 19th century was good times. Good times. Hippo is edible. I don't know how.
Just can't.
It's just really dangerous animal to try to kill.
Certainly, you're not going to domesticate it.
Yeah, you're not going to domesticate hippos. It just ain't happening. Incredibly dangerous animals. I mean, these are animals that kill crocodiles on a regular basis.
For fun.
Yeah, for fun. Yeah. Yeah, crocs stay well away from hippos for a reason. CP versus N. Classic barbecue hippo. Yeah, well. Michael B. Hippos can swim faster than humans on land, run faster than humans on land, and are happy to eat humans. Yeah, they're whoa. Yeah. Ooh.
Hippos are best.
Yeah. Best leave a hippo alone. Yeah. Kangaroo is edible too. I've had kangaroo. Tough and gamey. Tough and gamey. Did not care for kangaroo. It was not good. It was not good. I wouldn't eat kangaroo again by choice. Okay. So let's move on to the next one here. Which is are there any peoples today that we can definitively say are descendants of Ishmael? No. Okay. Here's what happened to the Ishmaelites. Again, thank you, AT, for your super chat. The Ishmaelites in the 10th century BC, what started happening was that Arabic tribes from eastern Arabia started moving westward. They started moving westward, and that drove the Ishmaelites out of the Arabian Peninsula, and they started moving north into Jordan. Now, once they enter Jordan, they start disappearing. They start losing their nomadic lifestyle because Moab wasn't a place that was conducive to nomadic pastoralists. It really wasn't. Moab at the time of the early Iron Age 1 and 2, was really an agricultural country at that point. So it wasn't a country where you got a lot of nomads. So no Bedouin. So it was basically a country divided by wheat fields and agricultural plots. So when the Ishmaelites moved into places like Edom and Moab and Ammon, they just assimilated. And once they assimilated, they lost their culturally distinctive lifestyle, and that was more or less the end of the Ishmaelites. You know, they probably lasted another couple centuries or two, but that was it. they didn't really make it past the 8th century. So there's no people group living today that we could say we're certain are descendants of the Ishmaelites. So they didn't make it. And again, that's because they assimilated with the Moabites and the Ammonites, and those people groups disappeared too. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next question here. If vinegar represents the crucifixion, why would they serve it for the Eucharist? They don't. We are remembering his sacrifice. Vinegar is the one thing that most most churches do not say is allowed. Okay? Wine, yes. Grape juice, yes. Vinegar, that's the thing. Here's the thing. It's the vinegar portion is meant to humiliate. Okay? It's meant to humiliate Christ. That's why it's not served as something to during the Eucharist. Now, that again too, vinegar is really unpleasant to drink. It's really unpleasant to drink. There are drinking vinegars. I know that there are Koreans that do make drinking vinegars, and they're very sweet, but they also have that acidic bite, and they're often used as a mixer. Okay, but it's as I said, it's something that would be verboten at any Eucharistic ritual, because it was a drink of humiliation, and it doesn't represent the blood of Christ. It represents the humiliation that the Romans inflicted upon Christ on the cross. So it doesn't represent crucifixion in the way that you think it does. It's not doesn't remember his sacrifice. It remembers his humiliation. So Michael Gee goes, white vinegar can be useful for stomach troubles. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, there are vinegars are great. Great on vinaigrettes. They're great for sauces. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can use vinegar. Apple cider vinegar. There are people who drink apple cider vinegar. Okay, that's fine. But it's not really pleasant. Animal Mule says vinegar with water kills your thirst. Yeah, but so does lemon juice too. And lemon juice is a lot more pleasant. Honestly. So vinegar has its uses, just not on the communion table. Okay. Yeah. Patui says vinegar was also used on the soporific sponge, a terrifying way to awaken the senses while you're being tortured. Yeah. Basically, as you're being tortured, they put vinegar in your wounds. Fun. Count of Marcy says the Roman soldiers tried to feed Jesus gall and vinegar on the cross. Yeah. Okay, what's gall? Gall is basically, okay, how do I explain gall? You have an oak tree, and a wasp plants a egg, a parasitic wasp that called the gall wasp, plants a larva inside of the branch, a soft branch of an oak tree. What happens is over time, if the larva doesn't merge, which happens frequently, the oak tree starts attacking the insect. And what happens is it starts attacking it with tannins. And it sort of builds this sort of ball, this wood ball around the infection. Okay? Gall is used in, for example, in inks because it's very dark in tannin. It's also a poison. Okay? And that's what's being how it was being used here. So they were basically serving him vinegar mixed with a poison. Now, here's the thing. Gall is exceptionally bitter. So, while Christ was served vinegar and gall, he didn't drink of it. He tasted it, discovered it was vinegar and gall, and rejected it. Because he wasn't taking the easy way out. He would drink of the vinegar, but not the vinegar and gall. Because that's a poison. It's meant to end things quick. Or quicker. So that's gall. It's basically something you find on oak trees. It was used a lot in, say, for example, one of the things it was used for is medieval inks. Okay? What they would do is take gall, smash it up, combine it with oil in a pot, and then boil the pot. And what would happen is the oil would start to polymerize, and it would create this sticky ink. And this works really, really well with type. That was the secret of the printing press. Okay?
England.
Mm-hmm.
China.
This is why European printing presses, this is the Gutenberg formula. Okay? This is the Gutenberg formula. And this is what, there were printing presses before Gutenberg, but they weren't successful. And the reason why was because, in the case of, they would have to use wood blocks because they were using water-based inks. You see, the printing press was only half of Gutenberg's invention. The other half was the use of gall ink. And gall ink is basically, it sticks to metal. And if it sticks to metal, you can use it as a printing press. Yeah, Mama says iron gall ink is still a thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's still a thing. So yeah, so that's gall. Okay. Gall ink is galling. Jack Ray, back with the pun for the win. Okay. Move on here to the next super chat. But yeah, this is cool stuff. It's these ancient get out of town. Well, actually, interestingly enough, when they prepared gall ink, printers would do this. This is another little tidbit. Was they would have ink parties. Okay? The printing press, his family and his employees and their families would go on a picnic way out in the countryside. And they would set up the pot and they would make the gall ink because it stank. But for the employees, this was a day off. It would take 4 hours to prepare this ink. Okay? Oh yeah, they had a grand old time. The printers would make this like a company holiday. So yeah, they would go out in the country, they would make the ink, and then they would come back with a full pot of ink. that they would then use for their printing presses. So yeah, the production of Iron Gall ink was a really cool thing, and had a lot of cultural attachment aside. Again, and the Romans used it as a poison. They used it as a poison. So, all right. Next one here. Let's go next super chat. It's from BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. I had someone try to argue that the guards were Jewish guards, but I don't think the Greek supports this. Thoughts? Oh no, they were not. They were not Jewish guards. They were assigned by Pilate, so they would not have been Jewish guards. The Jewish guards are restricted to the temple. Okay, so that was the Jewish guards' duties was really in the temple precinct. Their duties and their authority did not extend beyond that. To assign guards to another position, they would have had to have been Roman. They would have had to have been Roman. So, oh yeah, you wouldn't have had temple guards, hanging around a cemetery anyway. I mean, the chance of ritual impurity is so high that, yeah, I mean, yeah, they'd lose their jobs. Or at least have to go through a very complicated purification ritual. So, Ryan Cohnkamp, who arrested Jesus then? Was it Roman guards that helped? Yes, it was Roman guards that helped. It was Jews who led a detachment of Roman guards. Okay, so it would have been probably a small number of Roman guards, probably 10 or 20, just enough to make sure nothing bad went down. So. But again, there were Jewish guards, but they were sort of confined to the temple precinct. So, Andrew Graham, well, at least the Chosen got that right. Laugh out loud. Hey, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? All right, let's move on to the next one here. BC4YT for $2 Australian. How dead was Jonah? Dead. Dead. Osiris dead. That's how dead Jonah was. Well, let's look at Jonah chapter 2. Because this is where we see the death of Jonah. Now, when I find Jonah here, there's Jonah. Okay. This is a chiasm. There's a chiastic structure here in Jonah. And there's an inflection point that happens midway through. Okay? So you got to be careful. You got to be cognizant of this. Okay? So, Jonah chapter 2, verse 1. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord God, the Lord his God, from the stomach of the fish. He's dying at this point. And he said, I called out of my distress to the Lord, and he answered me, I cried for help from the depth of Sheol. Okay, that's the grave. Thou didst hear my voice. Now, a lot of people make a big deal of the depth of Sheol. He's not there yet, but he's gonna be. Okay? He's giving you sort of a foreshadowing of what's coming in this prayer. Verse 3, Thou didst cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas, and the current engulfed me. All thy breakers and billows passed over me. Okay, so he's way down below the waves. So I said, I have been expelled from thy sight. Nevertheless, I will look again toward thy holy temple. Water encompassed me unto the point of death. El Nefesh, the point of life. That's what it really says. Okay, the point of death here is a kind of a crap translation. It's It's to the point of his life. The deep, great deep engulfed me. Weeds were wrapped around my head. Okay. This is the to whom, the depth. Okay. Now, this is where he dies in the next couple verses. I descended to the roots of the mountains. Now, you have to be really aware of Israelite cosmology here. Okay? The ancient Israelites thought that you had the land on top, the sky above, of course, the sky and the firmament above, then the earth, then the sea, the roots of the mountain extending below the sea, okay? And under the roots of the mountains is Sheol. That's Sheol. That's the grave. That's where all the dead people go. Okay? The earth with its bars was around me forever. Okay? The idea here is at Sheol, there's bars. Okay? The bars had closed. That's the point of death. This is also the inflection point. Okay? So he descends to Sheol, the roots of the mountains. The earth with its bars were around me forever. That's the point of death. But at the inflection point, it says, "But thou hast brought up my life from the pit." There's only one pit here. That's Sheol. O Lord, my God. While I was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to thee into thy holy temple. This is the celestial temple. This is the heavenly temple. This is not the earthly temple. Okay? So he's praying to God. Those who regard vain idols forsake their faithfulness. But I will sacrifice to thee with the voice of thanksgiving. That which I have vowed to pay, I will pay. Salvation is from the Lord. Then the Lord commanded the fish, and it vomited Jonah up onto the dry land. Okay. So, how dead was Jonah? He was dead. Dead. Being locked in Sheol is as dead as you get. So, Scott Wilson says, Sheol, Hades, near-death experience, early Bronze Age dish. No, not near-death. All dead. Okay? The thing with a near-death experience is you're not really dead. You're only dying. So near-death experiences aren't really true death. You're not actually in Sheol with a near-death experience. If you're in Sheol, you're dead. Yeah, dead like Lazarus. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, you're dead like Lazarus. So, that's the sort of death we're talking about here, is dead like Lazarus. Is it possible, Kwame Adu asks, is it possible that Jonah was just using figurative language, though? I heard that argument. Yeah, a lot of people use that argument. It doesn't make any sense, though, because he's in the belly of a fish.
Stomach.
I mean, there's no air in the belly of a fish. I'm sorry. There just isn't any. You know, it's just, you know, you can't hold your breath that long. You can't hold your breath days. Okay? And whales do not hold. I mean, I heard some idiot on Sean McDowell's channel basically said that a whale could take a big gulp of air and hold a huge pocket of air for Jonah to breathe in. Well, if a whale did that, it's not submerging. They eat underwater, yeah. And this was a baleen whale. This guy was saying that this baleen whale had this capacity that it could open its mouth and like a balloon hold air. It probably killed a whale, absolutely. It's like crazy. It's crazy. I mean, if a whale did that, first of all, it's not submerging because of the buoyancy issue.
All the waves.
Yeah, all the waves are passing over him, so he had to have been down in the deep with the fish. Okay, the fish took him down to the bottom. Okay, so no, he's not near dead. It's not figurative language. It's just crazy. Keeps learning. Do whales still go in the Mediterranean Sea? Occasionally, but not a lot of them. But that's because of whaling. Whaling has really reduced the number of whales in general. But there were whales in the Mediterranean. We do have examples of in say Egyptian offering dockets, offering lists where it talks about whale parts. So whales were in the Mediterranean. Which one?
According to the Bible scholars.
The camelopard?
Yeah.
According to the Bible scholars Abbott and Costello, he was in the belly of the whale, sitting on a stool, selling crab apples for a nickel. Could be. Could be. EPM versus DOS. 20,000 leagues under the sea in the time of Jonah theory? Yeah. Jack Ray says, sign of Jonah was dead and came back. Yeah, that's the sign of Jonah. That's exactly the sign of Jonah. It wouldn't work if Jonah wasn't dead. You know, this is one of the things I mean, why are we so afraid to say that people came back to life in other places in the Bible other than Christ? I don't get this fear. The fact is, we do see, for example, I think it was either Elisha or Elijah who brought back the son, the dead son of the widow's son. Yeah. You know, the Apostle Paul brings back to life a young man who fell out of the window and broke his neck. Don't sleep in church during a service. Yeah. So, you know, why are we afraid to say that God brings back people from the dead, not just Christ? It's just, yeah. Lazarus is another example. He's dead. He's stinky dead. I mean, new dead, stinky dead. Yeah, Patui says, good point. Why are so many Christians desperately attached to an anti-miraculous bias when it comes to Jonah? I don't understand it. I really don't. Because the text is, I mean, if you understand the poetics of this text and say the the context of it, you can't mistake it. But yet people are just afraid to come to this conclusion that Jonah was dead. I mean, what was his name now? Catholic apologist. There's a Catholic apologist who did an entire video on that Jonah wasn't really dead. Like, why? Why is this a problem? Kwame Adu says, I think in evangelical spaces they prefer hyperliteral reading of the text. So since the text doesn't explicitly say they died, yeah, but you see this in Catholic too.
But it does.
No, it wasn't capturing Christianity. It was the guy who does the paranormal stuff. What's his name now? Can't remember his name right now. He does a lot of paranormal stuff. So and he works for Catholic Answers. He's on Capturing Christianity's board, and it's not Pints with Aquinas. It's what is his name? Oh, anyhow, I mean, it's just
The point is,
he wears a cowboy hat. Yeah. I think I've described him as much as I can, but we'll go on here. But yeah, I mean, he works for Catholic Answers. Jimmy Akins, that's it. Thank you. Jimmy Akins. Jimmy Akins did a full hour video basically trying to justify that this was metaphorical language, that Jonah didn't really die. And it's like, no.
it's usually
Well, he doesn't. He works for Catholic Answers. So, yeah. So, I just don't understand this reticence to this. I mean, it's a fight. I mean, it's a real fight to point out to people that, yeah, Jonah died here, and that's the point. The point is he died, and God brought him back for his purposes. So, as I say, I don't get why this resistance. Okay.
especially that it's not an instant.
Yeah, it's not a rare instance. I mean, it is a rare instance. It doesn't happen every day, but
No,
it
but
does
it's-
happen in the
it's
Old
not
Testament
a-
and even the New Testament.
It's not a singular.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a singular instance. Yeah, resurrection is not a singular instance. Patui says, swoon theory Jonah. LMAO, yeah. Yeah. Someone simply stole Jonah's body. Yeah, something like that. Oh boy. The whale was bribed to spit him up. They bribed the whale, gave him a bucket of fish. They come all apart. We know someone stole his body. It was the whale. Well, that is actually true. The whale did steal his body. Mama, someone bribed the fish. Mrs. Producer said that too. Hey, I've seen orcas. I know they can be bribed with a bucket of fish. Those shifty orcas. Can't trust them. Gotta pay them off before they do tricks. And Micah Walk says, Christ says the sign of Jonah. Jonah staying alive defeats Christ's words. It does, yeah. So, but that's, even so, even if, I mean, a lot of those people who think that Jonah didn't die think that all the whale represents is the tomb. So, they think that Jonah didn't die, but that he emerged from the fish like Christ emerged from the tomb. But the text doesn't say that. And we're always beholden to the text. So, read the text. It's the text that determines this. Okay, so let's move on here. Fish mob. All right, next one here is BC4YT for $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. If I want to make a website that catalogs the archaeological evidence for the Bible, including manuscripts, stelae, ostraca, etc., what would be the scholarly, rigorous way to source item references? That's going to depend completely on the sources. Okay? Each kind of source is has its own scholarly method of referencing. Okay? Like papyruses have their own way of cataloging. Stele have their own way of cataloging. Cuneiform tablets have their own way of cataloging. So do ostraca. So you have, this is something that's sort of very discipline specific. Egyptologists are going to catalog things in a different way than, say, Assyriologists. They're going to catalog in a different way than, say, Hittitologists. What I will say, though, is if you do want to catalog it, knock yourself out. But there's a lot of material here. A lot of it. So, yeah. You got a big task if you want to do this. Some people have asked about this before, that they wanted to do a website where they catalog all the sources, and you're talking hundreds of sources. It's a big job. So, yeah, if you want to do it, go for it. Support you all the way, at least in spirit. Darkblade goes, I know all the inscriptions in Collier and Manly that I've seen so far are rendered BMEA, some number. Yeah, that's the British Museum number. That's the British Museum. They still use the EA. EA is the early archive designation. Okay? So, the British Museum has two catalog. They actually have three cataloging standards. Correction, some are prefixed with Meyer instead of BMEA. Meyer is the name of the papyrus, okay? BM is the British Museum catalog. Now, there's three, as I said, there's three standards that the British Museum uses. The oldest standard is weird. I mean, it's really weird. I came across a couple of these, and do I have a blank piece of paper somewhere? Yeah, I'll use this. All right. Now, I'm going to hold this up in a moment. Okay? But the old standard of cataloging looks something like... I'm going to show Mrs. Producer first. Can you imagine trying to cite that? Right. It looks something like this. Okay? It's a circle with a cross in it with 8 digits. Okay? It's weird. And it's difficult to cite. Okay? Makeshift. But this was the original cataloging standard of the British Museum. All right. Then they started converting this to the EA standard, which is a BAEA, their early archive standard. And that early archive standard is basically stuff that has been transferred from this, and not everything has been transferred from this, and given a British Museum access number, okay? But they then updated their standard again because something with an EA does not necessarily have an official description in the British Museum catalog. So you find both BMEA numbers and BM numbers. Okay. Some BMEA numbers are quite small. For example, BMEA 124. Okay, but the later British Museum numbers are at least 5 digits. So you'll see British Museum 100054. Okay, what that means without the EA, it means that it has been converted and properly cataloged.
Macy's.
Oh boy, BC4YT, why are they like this? Who hurt them? I don't know who hurt them, but it was yeah, that's ooh, ooh. Yeah, it's some of those cataloging standards are brutal. And other museums have this issue too. So it's not just the British Museum that has this, but I happen to know the British Museum standards pretty well. The Louvre also has this issue too, so it's not just them. It's not just the British Museum. All of these old museums had their own wonky ways of doing things that they later on changed. The cats we says there are too many standards. Let's make a new one to assemble everything other. Yeah, and then let's run out of money to finish the job. Run out of money or interest to finish the job. Oh yeah, it would be tedious. Absolutely tedious. Yeah. The password was also Louvre, I know. Yeah,
Really?
It was really, yeah. That's how those robbers got in. They turned off all the cameras because the password was Louvre. It is. It's quite. It's quite the thing. Yeah.
Not a password. That's an invitation.
That's not a password. That's an invitation, as Mrs. Producer just said. Yeah, that's not a password. Well, I mean, their new security chief was a DEI hire. Yeah. Yep. Um. Yep. Yeah, that's quite a thing. Yep. The new director was a DEI hire, and she hired a security chief as a DEI hire.
No wonder people could
Yep. It's like using password as a password. Nah, I couldn't guess that one.
prefer me to.
Oh boy. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, BC 4YT. You want to include all that stuff? Knock yourself out. It's a good time. Okay. Next one. I think we'll go back to AT here for a moment.
We're gonna do a
PC4YT, we're gonna do a heist. We need your dumbest hacker. Yeah, wow. Yeah, no two-factor authentication there, that's for sure. Woohoo. Woohoo.
he'd at least like use his dog's name or something.
Yeah, you would think, a dog's name, a birthday, any of that would have been better than what they actually chose. Yeah,
I mean, that's you think that's something
this
the Onion
stupid,
would
yeah.
come
Yeah, it's something that the Onion would come up with. Yeah, or the Babylon Bee.
Yeah,
Security by Babylon Bee.
yeah. You know, you'd think it was a Babylon Bee story.
Mm-hmm.
Blue broken into using the password blue.
Yeah. Okay, next super chat here is from AT Ministries. He asks, could you use corn tortillas for communion or only flour? You could use corn. Okay. But it depends upon your denomination. Some denominations insist on flour and wheat. Like the Roman Catholics insist upon that there has to be wheat in the communion. But churches globally have often substituted the bread with other grains. They have, like, for example, you do find in, say, East Asia, rice crackers being used. So if rice crackers is acceptable, then so is corn. So I think if you're going to use, if you want to represent, say, closer to the bread aspect, then go with a flour tortilla. Flour tortillas are perfectly fine. Corn might be pushing it a little, but there have been substitutes in the past, particularly as an accommodation for those who have celiac disease, where they have a legitimate gluten intolerance. So generally, as long as it's a bread-like item, it's often okay. So Dark Blade says, would mochi or tanguin be acceptable for... I don't know what tanguin is. I know what mochi is. Mochi, probably not. Because mochi is actually a paste. It's not a baked product. BC4YT. In Jesus' day, wouldn't it be barley? Okay, unleavened bread was made from wheat flour. So, barley, not so much. Barley was... leavened bread could be made out of barley and was made out of barley all the time. Unleavened bread tended to be wheat flour. Okay? And this is going way back. So wheat flour was generally used for unleavened bread. The reason why is because it stuck together better. So even, for example, in good barley breads, you don't normally find whole barley in bread. Sometimes you do, but it's not very palatable. It doesn't tend to raise because you don't have the gluten there. So even barley breads tend to be a mixture of barley and wheat. So definitely wheat was the preferred for unleavened bread. Now, with that said, there's more than one way to make unleavened bread. You can make a tortilla. A tortilla is a perfectly acceptable unleavened bread. You can do them in the matzah variety. I don't care for that, but hey, it is still a thing. And it's used by, say, Passover setters today. But there's nothing saying you can't do tortillas. Corn tortillas are just fine, work just fine. Especially if they don't have leavening. Gandalf the Base says, you have corrected me on this in the past. Can you explain how Islam isn't the offspring of Ishmael again? I've struggled to find things on this and trust your opinion. Any good sources on this? This is something I got from Barry Beitzel. Okay, that was my source for this. Okay. He's a scholar on the geography of the ancient world. So that's his primary primary field of expertise. Okay, now the reason why Islam isn't the offspring of Ishmael is because Ishmael disappeared. They got driven out of Arabia in the 10th century BC by Arabic tribes. And the Arabic tribes forced out the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites moved up into Jordan and assimilated and disappeared. Okay, so there are no more Ishmaelites. The Islam comes out of Arabian tribes. These are tribes that originally began in eastern Arabian Peninsula and southern Mesopotamia. Okay, so keeps learning. Please repeat the name of the expert on that geography. Barry Beitzel. Barry Beitzl. Okay. Camilla part Arabian tribes like and Arabian clans. Yeah, like Arabian clans, essentially. So Islam appears in the 6th century AD. Essentially 1,200 years after the Ishmaelites go extinct. So they can't be part of... I mean, Islam cannot be an offshoot of the Ishmaelites. It's not possible from a genealogical, as I said, a genetic standpoint. So that's where I mean, Ishmaelites are, yeah, they were descendants of Abraham, but they were driven out. They were driven out of Midian. What we have from Islam today are basically Arabic tribes, and they are a different branch of the Semitic family. So, yeah. All right, so PC4YT. What if I want to quote that verse about Ishmael fighting everyone? Well, they did in their time. They did in their time. I mean, I don't think they went peacefully. I mean, they didn't leave Midian because they wanted to. Yeah, one doesn't pack up and leave home by choice. Yeah, so just... Oh, boy. All right, next one here. All right, Moses wasn't placed in the Nile, right? He was placed beside. He was placed in among the reeds. Okay. So he wouldn't have actually traveled anywhere. No, he didn't go. He wasn't whitewater rafting down the Nile. That came later, probably. Could be. Plus,
the fact is,
oh yeah, yeah.
so she's not running down the riverbank watching.
Oh yeah. Camel Leopard, I don't know. Prince of Egypt says otherwise. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, he was placed amongst the reeds, and that's on the bank. That's just in the water, on the bank, next to the bank of the river. That's where he was placed. Okay, amongst the reeds. So he's technically placed in the water, but he ain't going anywhere because those reeds are holding him in place. So no, he's not traveling downstream. He's not in a little speedboat going downstream. Dark Place says, so the reeds bury the basket from moving it with the water. Yeah, they do. These were papyrus reeds. They're thick. once you place something in papyrus reeds, it's not going anywhere. Just some of those papyrus reeds, were like an inch thick, inch across. They're not little pieces of grass sticking out of the water. They're 8 feet tall. Papyrus grows 8 feet tall. It's an inch and a half around. It's not, you're not going anywhere if you're stuck in those reeds as a little child in a basket. Okay? Just saying. Candle the base. Wait. That wasn't a documentary? Oh, my theology. Kim altered. Why was Pharaoh's daughter going to bathe in it? She would have gone to a clearing. So she's walking past the patch of reeds to a clearing where she would have had access to the water. Okay? So why she's going there is probably to ritually bathe. So she probably had some temple ritual. She may have even had a job in one of the temples. We do know around Avaris there was a temple to Baal there. Seth and Baal. So she might have been there to do a temple ritual at that temple. So she might have been a priestess in a nearby temple or something. And at that point, she would have been ritually bathing to do those rituals. Okay? So, hope that helps. Kim Olpard, wasn't the water gross? Yes. Everyone drank it, though. Or at least bathed in it. Those who are of higher classes, they would have drank it from wells. And the even higher classes, they would have drank beer. So, that did purify a lot of the water, but they still bathed in it. But yes, it was gross. And people did still contract parasites from it. Although they had a natural immunity to it as well. But that didn't cover everything. Okay. That was fun. Next one here. The dude's here. Awesome. Hi, dude. Okay, AT Ministries, thank you for the super chat. May you explain the role of kinsman redeemer? Okay. A kinsman redeemer is when somebody does not have... A woman has a plot of land that she inherited through her husband, but does not have the children, and to work the inheritance. Okay? So she has to find some way to feed herself. So what a kinsman redeemer does is from the local clan, an eligible man marries the widow to redeem the inheritance. Okay? So, he's basically, the Crimson Redeemer is redeeming the inheritance on behalf of the dead man. Okay? So, that's what a Kinsman Redeemer is. He's a guy that basically marries a widow to help the widow produce children to redeem the inheritance. Now, being a Kinsman Redeemer is optional. You can decline it, especially if you have a reason. And one of the reasons is that your own children might be out of luck. You could put your own inheritance and the inheritance of your children at stake with this. Okay? Especially if it's not the firstborn. If you have a firstborn already, his inheritance is already secured. Okay. But If you don't have a firstborn already, if you don't have a child already, a kinsman redeemer, and you act as a kinsman redeemer, and you do the firstborn gets basically the clan designation for the husband, and could take away part of your children's inheritance for the dead husband's child replacement. Okay, so that's what a kinsman redeemer does. Darkblade, I thought a kinsman redeemer was someone who bought their relatives' freedom from debt, indebtedness. That can be part of it. A lot of these widows go into debt, or their husbands went into debt, and then died. So, debt redemption can be part of this. It's not the core part, okay? It's the redemption of property holdings that were inherited from the clan that's being actually redeemed here. Okay? So, the dude's a dude, but the firstborn was not automatically the blessed one, correct? Not automatically. Especially not in the patriarchal period. That had changed by the time of, say, the Kingdom period and, say, the Conquest. By the time of the Conquest, the firstborn became almost de facto the blessed one as well. Because you couldn't... The Israelite law prevented you from taking the inheritance of the firstborn and giving it to another unless there was real warrant for it. And a real warrant would be, for example, if the firstborn commits crimes, disgraces the family in that way. So, but it became more of an automatic, at least a owed act, as it were. So hope that helps. Okay, we'll do one more here from 18 Ministries. What does conceive mean here in James 1:15? Well, let's take a look. James chapter 1, verse 15. Too far. Okay, we'll do verse 14. But each one is tempted when he is carried away and enticed by his own lust. Then, when lust has conceived, okay, it gives birth to sin. Now, and when sin is accomplished, it brings forth death. Now, the word conceived, philambano, to take, to collect, to basically gain root, essentially. Conceive is kind of here a speculative translation, but it's more along the lines of taking hold. The root of the word here means to take. So think of it this way. It's when lust has taken hold. It's gotten a grasp on you. Okay? It gives birth to sin. Now, because it gives birth is tikto, which is to beget. Translators do often translate that as conceived, but this is a speculative, somewhat speculative translation. Okay, but again, they're trying. The author in James here is trying to sort of use the metaphor of the life cycle. So, to conceive, to give birth, when sin's accomplished, death. So he's using a life cycle metaphor here. So, while the idea that this means conceived is somewhat speculative, it does sort of fit with the pattern of the verse. So, but really, it's to take hold. So when lust is taken hold, it gives birth to sin. Sounds parasitic. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Sin is parasitic. So yeah, that would make total sense. Okay. All right. Well, now go on to next one here. Next super chat is okay. BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. I had a Christian try and tell me God has never killed a single person. Killed Onan. Look, God's a judge. He can kill anyone he wants. You know, he's the creator and giver of life, and he can take it away too. You know, all men are mortal. You know, no one lives forever. So, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, there has been times when God has just struck people dead. You know, that's just God is not like men. You know, if we struck another person dead, you know, unless it's self-defense or in a war situation, that would be murder. Okay, but we don't create life either. Life comes from God. God creates it, God manages it, and he can reap it at any time. So, and there has been times when he has reaped it. You know? He kills Ananias and Sapphira. Dead. You want a pair of deads? You know, killed by the Holy Spirit of all people. Yeah, literally the flood. You know? Yeah, the flood, Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, Ananias and Sapphira, I mean, they drop dead right there and carry out the bodies. Yeah, lying to the Holy Spirit is a serious thing. So, I mean, it's just... Yeah, it's like... So, I mean, Ananias and Sapphira are a perfect example of God killing somebody right there. BC, yeah, the Assyrians, the army of Sennacherib. Dead. Dead. Yeah.
Him, these are just very body.
Yeah.
Here on Earth.
Yeah.
He sees our eternal soul opposed to a different body.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, our bodies are temporary. They're designed to be temporary without you know, we're not meant to live forever. So the whole idea of you know, I mean, God's going to kill a lot of people at his second coming. That's what the great marriage feast of the Lamb is. All the followers of the Antichrist, they're gonna be dead in the great squish, the great wine press of the Lord. You know, you don't think the great wine press of the Lord is about grapes, do you? It's not about grapes. It's not about wine. Camilla part. I don't know. Doc's contradiction can ham. Praise be unto him. He says, we were made immortal. Well, our spirits are immortal. Our bodies aren't. BC4YT. To the horses' bridles. Metal screen. The bridles. Keep in mind with the bridles. These are the bridles draped. Okay? So it's not coming up to the noses of the horse. But the bridle, when the bridle's put on the horse, it drapes down. So it's more to the horse's calf or knee. This description is actually used elsewhere. We hear it's this idea of the blood coming up to the horse's bridles is not unique to this text. We do find it in extra biblical texts too, and it almost always refers to the draped bridle. Basically, when the horse isn't being ridden. So it's not up to the mouth, even though you see all of those Left Behind posters with it up to the mouth. No, it's not up to the horse's mouth. It's down to the knees of the horses. Okay. DC4YT. So basically a foot of blood. Holy cow. Yeah. Still a lot of blood. But yeah. Yeah. So so yeah, but we do find this expression extra biblically. In fact, it's even used in one of the letters during the Crusades at the siege of Jerusalem.
That one was basically
Oh well,
described.
that was hyperbole. Yeah, that one was hyperbole.
That was exaggerating.
Yeah, that was essentially an exaggeration to impress the Pope. But that same expression is used. The fact is that at the time of the Crusades, Jerusalem had about 30,000 people. It just wasn't enough not enough people to bring the blood up to the bridles.
Most of it silly.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hills in Jerusalem too. Yeah, there's that too.
So the blood would just be down.
Yeah, there's very few places it would have pooled there. Yeah, so it's just, but it is used there. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Thank you, BC4YT, for that super chat. We really appreciate it. I hope that gave you some insight. BC4YT. So the blood flood was local, not global. Or global. I don't know. Oh yeah, this has been a gross episode. This has been a gross live stream. But hey, we talked about interesting things. No one can accuse us of not talking about interesting stuff. Okay, Kwame Adu 007 for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How do you feel about The Chosen? I'm not a fan. I am kind of impartial about it. I got mixed feelings about it too. Yeah, I haven't watched season 3. I've only watched season 2, 1 and 2. season 1 and 2 were okay. A lot of they take a lot of artistic liberties. There are some theological problems with it. But I wouldn't say it's the best rendition of the life of Christ. It's a very modern rendition of it. I think it sort of gets into some dark areas. The the creators of the show are Mormons, so some Mormon theology has leaked into it. So I've got some issues with some of the theology, but basically a lot of it is, for example, like the origins of the incarnation is going to be an issue with the Chosen. So, and there are some exegetical issues too. So, again, it's one of those things where, I mean, the production values are fine, but it's not always theologically accurate. Okay? So, AJ Higgins, though Dallas Jenkins isn't a Mormon. Yeah, he's not, but Angel Studios definitely is. Yeah, and they're the producers. They're the producers.
Angels.
Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, they do very good productions. Yeah, they're very good storytellers. Well, they got a great science fiction background. Oops, did I say that? Yeah, so Angel Studios does employ Christians sometimes, but if you, the problem with the production is producers have the final say. They always do. This is the way Hollywood productions and any film production works. Producers have the final say. So the production company has the final say. So, not the director. The director does not get the final say. And really not the script writers.
The writers.
Yeah, writers get no say. So you have to understand how these productions work. So Angel Studios has more say than Dallas Jenkins. He might be the writer. He might even be a director, but ultimately it's going to be Angel Studios that calls the shots. So, oh yeah. Scott Worth and Mormon financially backed TV and publishing has resulted in fantastic sci-fi. Battlestar Galactica and Ender's Game. Yeah, it has. They're very good storytellers.
If you want to look at an example of faith-based story, watch it for that.
Well, there was also another thing that the Church of Mormon was, let's say, known for, which was at one point, I don't know if it still is, but at one point it was the world's largest distributor of prawn. And that's because they included prawn on with all their hotels. Okay?
Oh.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. So, at one point, the Mormon Church was the largest distributor of prawn in the world. Now, I don't know if they still are. They might not be anymore. But in the 1980s, 70s, and 80s, they were the largest distributors of prawn. So, yeah. So, so yeah, that's a little known fact about them. Okay. Good times. Good times. Yeah, we're not talking about food. Not talking about food. All right. Uh Next one here. The Camilla part for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Aussie question, aka it's down under. You mean this one? Do you think the scribe of Matthew 8:19 was one of the 12? Judas, perhaps? I don't know. Let's see. Let's take a look at what the text says. Okay, next one is Matthew 8, verse 16. Matthew 8:19, sorry, 8:19. We'll start at verse 18. Now Jesus saw a crowd around him. He gave orders to depart to the other side. And a certain scribe came and said to him, Teacher, I will follow you wherever you go. And Jesus says to him, Foxes have holes, and birds of the air have nests, but Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Okay. I don't think it was one of the 12. Now, we have to kind of understand that that Jesus was not only accompanied by the 12. He actually had a large group of followers that accompanied him. So we see this in the text, where we'll talk about the disciples, the apostles, the 12. But then we'll also talk about followers. These were people who would follow Christ for a short period of time, or were basically, they're not committed, or they're not part of the inner circle. So what I think this scribe is just one of the followers. Okay? And Jesus is telling him, if you follow me, you're going to be sleeping out in the open. There's no home. There's no place to go. There's no commune. There's no hotel. You're just going to be sleeping in the outdoors. You sure you want this life? And the implication here, what's implied, is no, he doesn't. No, this is a scribe. Scribes were known for liking comfort. That's why they became scribes. And we see this, like, for example, in the Satire of the Trades, where Egyptian scribes are basically said, hey, you want a comfortable life? Be a scribe. You want heat and thirst and war and broken bones and bruised feet? You go be a soldier. So scribes are known in the ancient world for highly prizing their personal comfort. So when he's talking to this scribe here, he's talking to a guy who's probably really, really interested in his personal comfort. And basically, Jesus says there's not going to be any comfort. You're going to suffer if you follow me. So, this was not one of the 12. This would have been a follower, some rando who comes up to Christ and says, hey, I'm willing to follow you. And Jesus goes, nah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you got what it takes. BC4YT, not gonna lie, I'd be a scribe. Yeah, to be honest, I'd be too. To be honest. The scribe's life for me. Merv Monson says, just having access to the biblical scrolls and having time to study them must have been a luxury. Well, it was, yeah. there was a guy, a philosopher, his name was David Stove. He said, you can't have learning and scholarship without leisure. Okay? Um, you need leisure to have scholarship. You need leisure for learning. No leisure, no learning. So, yeah, absolutely. Scribes were had to have leisure as part of you know, being able to do their trade. The idea that, you know, they would have access to scrolls, they would do accounting, which accounting was considered to be leisure work. Yeah, I know, kind of laughable, isn't it? But yeah, that was because you weren't working the fields. You weren't working the fields, you weren't digging ditches. Yeah, in comparison to the hard labor jobs that most people had to do, yeah, being a scribe was totally considered to be a life of comfort in the ancient world. PC4YT. New merch idea. It's a scribe's life for me. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so definitely not one of the this guy's not one of the 12, not even Judas. This is just a guy who's one of the followers of Christ, and he's not willing to trade his comfortable life for following Christ. So, yeah. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Any more here? Let's see. I think we're down to that. Okay, there's one. Okay, Laboring Saint for 4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think about the spirit critters in that new movie K-pop Demon Hunters? Okay, I think K-pop Demon Hunters is fantastic. Okay, I think it's a great movie. I think it has Christian themes. I think oh yeah, it has Korean mythology in it. Okay, but there are mythological borrowings in the Bible too. Okay, yes, it has Korean mythology in it, but the Bible has uh a little bit of Egyptian mythology in it, a little bit of Mesopotamian mythology in it. So, borrowed mythology is not a showstopper. It's not a showstopper. So, um, I think the spirit critters. I think the idea that that music is used to quell, or at least put a barrier against, spirit critters in K-pop Demon Hunters, not biblically accurate. But neither is prayer shields in Frank Peretti's This Present Darkness. Okay? In fact, it's probably more biblical to say that a spirit critter can be quelled by music than a prayer shield.
Well, if you're spending all your time praise and worship, it's gonna keep the demons.
Yeah. I mean, David used music to silence Saul's demon. It's a thing. It's a biblical thing. Okay? Yeah, BC4YT. David played the harp. Gemma Lippard. David would disagree, sir. Well, yeah.
If we were alive today, we'd be playing the electric.
Yeah, if David were live today, he'd be playing the electric guitar. So, yeah.
Electric harp.
Electric harp. Okay, yeah, there's electric harps
Oh,
too.
remember that light?
Oh, yeah, light harps, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that there are multiple types of spirit critters in K-pop Demon Hunters too. Okay? There's the type that they were created demons. Okay? You know, that's their ontology, is to be demons. But there are those too that were humans that became like demons. You know, they're ontologically not demons, but they become demons. So you got those as well. And the fact that they're living side by side in their realm, you know, frankly, that's going to happen in Christianity too, at the final judgment. The devil and the Antichrist and the false prophet and all their followers and all the sinners will be cast into the lake of fire. All of them. So, yeah, you know, Lucifer and, you know, Satan and, you know, your reprobate are going to share the same cell block. Okay? So, I actually think that a lot of what we find in K-pop Demon Hunters very much parallels biblical themes, and even though it's using a Korean mythological cultural expression, it does so in a way that's really nicely harmonized with Christian thought. You know, the idea of hiding who you are, lying to people, not a good thing. Not a good thing. So, okay, he has another one here. We'll take that one immediately after. But yeah, so there is a context here. Okay, what about the tiger and the raven? These are part of Korean mythology, and the tiger and the raven do represent certain themes in Korean myth. Now, this is not religious myth. Okay, want to be clear. This is folk myth. There is a difference too between, say, religious myth and folk myth as well. The tiger is your upper class. Okay? Tigers are the upper class. It's the animal representation of upper class. And the raven is the being that fools the upper class. Okay? So, this is why the tiger is portrayed goofy. Because he's kind of stupid. And in Korean myth, tigers are portrayed kind of goofy because they're satirizing the upper class. You know, the nobles.
Gargoyle.
Yeah, kind of like gargoyles, making fun of the demons with gargoyles by giving them these goat-like appearances. So, or if we want to talk about Egyptian papyri, cats and mice. Cats and mice are satirized in Egyptian papyri to make fun of the upper classes. Basically, your cats are your kind of stupid overlords, and the mice are always pulling one on the cat. It's the ancient Egyptian equivalent of Tom and Jerry. DC4YT. Yeah, please don't think a real tiger is goofy. Yeah, don't do that. That would not be advisable.
It would not.
Yeah. So the fact that they're using this folk myth in is fine. It's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, as I said, the Bible does this too. The Bible takes its myths from other places as well, and its imagery and all of that stuff. So, yeah, it's none of this stuff is de novo. You know, people aren't coming up with this from scratch. It's part of a pool of ideas that people are taking stuff in and out of. Now, at the same time, too, I've also heard it said that 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 a lot of shamanism, like for example, the Saja boys are wearing the garments of the shamans. Okay, yeah, that might be the case, but the Saja boys are the bad guys.
They can do that.
They can do that.
Not a good idea, but
They're the bad guys with abs. No more abs. Yeah. So again, this is one of those things where, okay, the demon hunters aren't wearing they're not wearing the shaman outfits. They're not pretending to be shamans. But the Saja boys are. So I think it strikes really hard at, say, the whole idea of idols, the danger of idols, the danger of unadulterated adoration of musical acts. That whole idol culture does need to have something poked at it, because it is harmful. So I think K-pop Demon Hunters has been very, very healthy. It's been a very healthy correction to a lot of what we find in, say, popular culture in general. So yeah, I think it's a good sort of move. I'd like to see more of it. Okay.
those are the standards.
Yeah.
Have a really compelling story.
Yeah.
Don't just stand there.
Yeah, here's the thing. With any Christian fiction or any fiction that's edifying, okay? It's gotta hold to what is true. Okay? That could be true of theme, that could be true of moral, that could be true of real life. It has to have truth. Okay? It has to be consistent with the Christian worldview. Has to be consistent with the Christian worldview. It has to properly portray the reality of our world, which is sin has consequences. Okay? Boy, you got that in Demon Hunters. Sin has consequences. It shows that there is truth in it. That, yeah, there's demons out there, and they want to destroy you. Boy, that's true. That is true. So,
One of the
but it's not preaching at you too.
One of
Yeah. Yeah. Say, yeah, Mrs. Producer says one of the lines of the Saja Boy song is, be my sanctuary, I will be your sanctuary. Now, what's the rest of it? I've got your whole heart, now I want your soul.
And how many people use music?
Yeah.
You go for the rocks.
Yeah.
People shake their music.
Yeah, absolutely.
They want it.
Yeah. Gandalf the Base says people get upset about this show, but don't get upset about Hazbin Hotel. That one they should be upset about. That show has messed with some of our youth. Watched it with a notepad and ran out of notes. Here's what I'll say about Hazbin Hotel. Okay, it's not something kids should watch. Period. Okay, never let your kids watch Hazbin Hotel, and even they will say it's not for kids. But if you ever want to understand how annihilationism works, it's Hazbin Hotel. Hazbin Hotel takes an annihilationist view of hell. It's basically everything from from basically the misery right up to the annihilation of the dead. So yeah, it's an annihilationist view of hell. So
Yeah, hell of a boss.
yeah, Hell of a Boss is from the same creator. So it's part of the same world as Husband Hotel. So it's the same thing. Okay, let's move on to the next super chat here. Go back to AT here. Okay. The story of Solomon and the two mum is the story of Solomon and the two moms original. I would need a verse for that. I can't say off the top of my head. So you need to give me a scriptural reference for this. So without a scriptural reference, I can't answer this question. So you would need to give me, yeah, type it in and we'll get back to you on this one. I can't answer that without a scriptural reference. Okay, next one here. From AT Ministries. What work has the best representation of demons? Ooh, hard to say. I haven't found really biblically accurate representation of demons. I mean, you always have the old standby of screw tape letters, but there's some liberties with that. So I don't.
Screw tape letters was more.
Yeah, it was more to give. It was more to give. Yeah, it was more an allegory to give you a warning than to be theologically accurate, as Mrs. Producer here just said. Hard to say. Neverwhere had an interesting portrayal of a demon. An angel of light that was actually a fallen angel. That one was brilliant. They wasn't meant to be biblically accurate, but it had a pretty good portrayal of a demon. Yeah, that one did better than intended. That's due for a remake anyway, to be honest. That was crazy, that series. But I can't think of another one that actually has a good representation of the demonic. The fact is that the demonic is very, very difficult to represent because of its it's hard to represent the power of demons within, say, within the Holy Spirit's limitation upon them. So, yeah, Hieronymus Bosch does it symbolic. Does it allegorically. And I love Hieronymus Bosch. Okay. But it can give you a distorted view of what demons do. I mean, you see basically Hieronymus Bosch's like hell triptych, where people are being tormented. Human beings are being tormented by these ghastly creatures of demons. And that's really kind of not what hell is like. Count of Mercy asks about Stranger Things. Stranger Things, I like the alien kind of portrayal of demons in Stranger Things. The Stranger Things basically portray the other side. The other side as these creatures that are so not human that they are in many ways not even on the same there's no what they would call parody, no no point of intersection where one can even communicate.
The human mind just can't grasp.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Brandon the Gamer asked the show Supernatural. Yeah, Supernatural had a really poor portrayal of demons. Um, um, yeah, do not Gandalf the base. Please do not get your demonology of any type from Supernatural. Oh no, totally don't. Yeah, that was a horrible portrayal. Yeah, so I can't really name a good one. It's hard to name a really good portrayal of demons in any sort of a literary work. All of them are going to fall short in some way, but some are better than others. Well, you should get your theology from fiction anyway. Okay, fiction is not a great place for theology. Yeah, your Bible's the best source for demonology and theology. But
Win.
uh,
Humans lose. Satan loses in the end.
Yeah, Satan loses in the end. Okay, speaking of which, the next question from AT Ministries is, what's the best source for demonology? The Bible. Brandon the Gamer asks, how much did George R. R. Martin take from Tolkien? A lot. Yeah, he did. Everyone. Yeah, even he admits it. Martin hated Tolkien though. Okay, Martin hated Tolkien. Martin thinks that his Game of Thrones is basically Tolkien done better. How he would have written Tolkien, how he would have written The Lord of the Rings if he was doing it. Yeah,
everybody does.
Right. Yeah, everyone's the whole
Lord of the Rings. The ring wins.
Yeah.
Takes out even the orcs. No one left to fight, so the orcs end up killing them.
Andrew Grimm says everyone stole from Tolkien. Well, the whole fantasy genre owes its existence to Tolkien. Even early fantasy works, like there were a couple that were written around the same time as Tolkien first published. Like there's a fantasy book from, I think it's the 1940s, like just after Tolkien published, like 2 years after Tolkien published, which was kind of a kid's book, but you know, kids wouldn't be able to read it today. It's called the Gambit Cup or something. Let me see if I can find this here quickly. Books, fiction. Um, what was the name of that? I can't remember the exact name of that book. Something like that, though. The Gamage Cup. Gamage Cup. This was published. Let's see if I can get an exact publication date. Yeah, it's the Gamage Cup. By Carol Kendall? Yeah, Carol Kendall. It was published in 1957. So it was one of the early copies, or I should say, homages to Tolkien.
Early copy.
Yeah.
Underline.
Inspired by. Okay. But then fantasy sort of went into... Publishers didn't want to touch fantasy after that. So, so we didn't get a lot of fantasy for a long time. Not until, like, the late 70s, early 80s, because of Tolkien's overwhelming success. So while everybody stole from Tolkien, everyone also suffered from Tolkien. So anyway, that's my thought on Tolkien. All right, next one here. Best source for spirit critters besides ancient Egypt and the Bible. I'm not sure where we would start with that. I mean, Cal May did a book on demons and spirit critters, but it's old.
They don't.
Yeah, Dom Cal May did a book on this in the 17th century, 18th century, something like that. Can't remember exactly when. 17th, 1750s. Yeah. So, but I can't say what's a really good. I've yet to see a really good book on spirit critters. I mean, Heiser wrote one, but essentially his book on demons is kind of a knockoff, a rewriting of The Unseen Realm. So I don't think his book on demons is terribly good. His Unseen Realm is a good book, not a perfect book. But he tends to focus on that Council of Gods thing, as opposed to, say, the specifics of spirit critters themselves. So, yeah, it's tough to recommend a good one here. This one's tough to recommend. Okay, so then let's move on here. Yes, did you remember that thing about the 30 pieces of silver? No, I didn't. Sorry. Forgot to look that up. I will make a note, though. All right, I will make a note here, and we'll cover it next week. All right? All right. Since we are out of other super chats here, because we only got 13 tonight from the regular viewers, we're going to be doing more AT. Okay, next question here is, how bad was infertility in the ancient Near East that things like the concubine's gambit existed? Why was it assumed to be an issue with the women? Okay. Some places the infertility was quite bad. Okay. Like in Mesopotamia. There are a lot of concubines being used to give birth to heirs. This is a common thing in Mesopotamia. And again, it's because infertility was a chronic problem there. You do also find it happening in Egypt too. Okay. Whether or not it happened in the Levant is more of a debate. However, what seems to be the cause of that, and again, the cause of this is somewhat debated. Lack of folic acid might be one of the causes. So it was a very widespread problem in the ancient Near East. Very widespread. So, Scott Worth, an underlying pathological cause of widespread infertility, probably diet. It's probably diet. But exactly what part of that diet is unclear. We do know vitamin A deficiency can cause infertility, and there was definitely vitamin A deficiency to go around in the ancient Near East. Folic acid can cause infertility. That's also possibly an issue there. So, it seems to be probably something to do with nutrition. But exactly what we're talking about in nutrition, I mean, a lot of the diets of the ancient Near East were barley based. Barley is awful for getting your vitamins. So, yeah, it also is associated with blindness. Yeah, absolutely. Vitamin A blindness was a very common thing in the ancient Near East. It was the leading cause of blindness. Okay, and Annie Manuel says measles and coronaviruses can also cause infertility too. Yeah, probably not so much in the ancient Near East. But that reminds me, there was a important paper this week, important discovery this year. They discovered the root cause of the Justinian plague. This is the plague that hit the Roman Empire in the 1st century. At the end of the 1st century. They discovered that the culprit was Yersinia pestis. Yep. The Black Death. So what's interesting about this is it pushes back the introduction of Yersinia pestis to Europe by 1,300 years. It had been thought that in the 15th century was the first time Yersinia pestis, arrives in Europe. But now we know that the Justinian plague, it was all about Black Death. So, that was a cool discovery. So, there's some archaeological news for you guys. Okay, moving on here. As far as it being assumed to be an issue with the women, the fact is that, frankly, a lot of the leading causes of infertility in the ancient Near East affected women more than men. That's just sort of, yeah. So it was assumed to be an issue with the women, and they weren't necessarily wrong here, because the dietary issues that most compromised fertility did affect women more. So, all right, next one here. What Scott says here, Marcus Aurelius was smallpox. Justinian pox as Black Death has been assumed since the 90s. Yeah, but now they got genetic proof. That's the difference. You can assume it, but you have evidence for it. Now they have proof for it. And they did it through DNA, essentially. So that's fun. That's always fun. It's been a charming live stream. Okay. Next one here from 18 Ministries. Does reddish used to describe David, 1 Samuel 16, mean the same thing to describe Esau, Genesis 25 to 25? Well, let's see what... Probably just means ruddy. Genesis 25. Says, now first came forth red or ruddy, all over like a hairy garment, and they named him Esau. Okay. Yeah, it's Adam knee. So yeah, that's red, essentially. And then First Samuel 16. Verse whatever. You didn't include a verse. Ah. Okay, I think it's verse 12 here. Sent for David and brought him in, and now he was ruddy. Yeah, it's the same word. It's Adonai. Adonai. With beautiful eyes and handsome appearance. Yeah, so essentially it's he had sort of a reddish complexion. That's really what it means. And it's the same in both. Although David appears to not have been hairy. Esau was said to be hairy. Out the birth canal. Well, that's an image. Good times. Good times. All right. Next one here, Acts 12:15. Did they think Peter died? I think I know what you're talking about here, but let's go to Acts. Acts 12:15. Okay. Now, let's start verse 11. And when Peter came to his... Now, Peter's in prison here. Peter's in prison. When Peter came to himself, he said, now I know for sure that the Lord has sent forth his angel and rescued me from the hand of Herod and from all the Jewish people, all that the Jewish people were expecting. And when he realized this, he went to the house of Mary, the mother of John, who was called Mark, where many were gathered together and were praying. And when he knocked on the door of the gate, a servant girl named Rhoda came to answer. And when she recognized Peter's voice, because of her joy, she did not open the gate, but ran in and announced that Peter was standing in front of the gate. Great servant! I'm so happy you're here. Stand out there. Okay. And they said to her, you are out of your mind. But she kept insisting it was so. And they said, it is his angel. Okay. So they used here the word angelos. Okay. Angel or messenger. But Peter continued knocking. And they had opened the door and they saw him and were amazed. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's he shows up.
He shows up and she sees.
They're having this long discussion about him, and he's like, "Hey."
Having a long discussion and leaving him out on the porch.
Knock, knock. This is knock joke. Hey.
Good times. Good times. Did they think Peter died? Yes, they did. They basically knew he was in prison. They knew they weren't going to let him out. So, they assumed that it had to be his spirit. So, yeah, they thought he died, essentially. Because how else would he appear there? He hasn't been freed. He's not allowed to leave. So, yeah. Okay, next one is... Again, AT, because we've got no others. Why did the early church believe in Christus Victor? We're not exactly sure how the Christus Victor theology developed. but they needed a way to, again, this is a soteriological view. It's an atonement view. They knew there was an atonement. So they came up with basically what they thought was the best explanation at the time, which was trying to take account all scriptures, but at the same time, too, they were thinking that at the fall, Satan got the keys to the world, got the deed. Okay, because frankly they believed Satan when in Luke chapter 4, Satan said, "I will show you all the nations of the world, for they are mine to give to whomever I please." Okay. Many in the early church thought that this was legitimate ownership, not squatters' ownership. Okay? So the early church, in a large sense, sort of believed Satan a little too much. I mean, you shouldn't trust anything that comes out of that serpent's mouth. Okay? I mean, he doesn't have a great track record for telling the whole truth. Just saying. But the early church did believe that Satan had ownership. So because they believed that Satan had ownership, that he must have received proper ownership. So Christus Victor, aka the ransom theory, Christ goes on the cross to pay for sin, to pay off the devil who's holding the world hostage, and gets the deed to the world back. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, so this became the predominant view in the early church, by and large. It's still held by many people today, but that's why the early church believed it, because they trusted Satan way too much. You know, we have to remember, and this is a lesson that even good, faithful church fathers sometimes forget. You know, that the Bible records what is said. It doesn't necessarily endorse everything that is said. BC for YT. They didn't know Satan was a bum? Oh, they knew he was a bum. They just trusted him. Look, they suffer sometimes from the same problems we do. I mean, there are people who think that Jephthah's speech is absolutely true in everything it says. It has to be, because it's in the Bible. No. There are people out there that think that the unfaithful, unreliable report of the 10 spies is absolutely true in every detail because it's in the Bible. Right down to the earth opening up and swallowing its people. Nom, nom, nom. The ground opens up and swallows its people. Nom, nom, nom. It's a bad land, full of earth chewing.
Well, there are.
I mean, there was. I mean, you had the Korah incident, but they did exaggerate a lot. There's Nephilim. I mean, it was really. I mean, they were.
Well, you have sandpits, you have quicksand, you have.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been weird geological shifts. Giant holes just open up.
Yeah, but sinkholes tend to happen more where there are a lot of rain. So, not so much in Canaan. Sinai had a lot of history of a lot of rain, though. So, I mean, that sinkhole is more believable. Darkblade goes, by that logic, Cain was telling the truth when he said he didn't know where Abel was. Yeah, by that logic. But there's some people who have that logic today. Today, there are people who still believe this. Some people think that, hey, you know, Cain didn't know where Abel was because he chucked him in a river and he floated away. You know, ditched the body in a river. I don't know where Abel is. He was here a moment ago. That's bad preaching.
You know,
And it's bad biblical understanding.
you don't have, in some churches,
Mhm.
not all, we have several on our
Yeah.
I would enjoy listening. But you don't have a lot of nuance.
Yeah. Yeah. Gandalf the Base says, the logic thinks the writers were taken over and possessed by the Holy Spirit and had no idea what they wrote. Yeah. Yeah, that's the logic. And, you know, we're not the first people in our day and age to think this. You know, church fathers sometimes succumb to this too. It's in the Bible, must be true. Yeah, it's a true record of deception at times. It's a true record of lies at times. Like, I don't know where Abel is.
Like
Am I my brother's keeper?
Tertullian quotes heretics and makes it clear he's
Yeah.
quoting heretics. A superficial read says, oh, Tertullian said this, therefore.
Yeah. You know, we have things like, as I said, recorded in the Bible, lies, inaccuracies, pig ignorance. Oh yeah, I mean Jephthah's is essentially a story of pig ignorance. Blame shifting. You know, God, why did you give this woman to me? Apostles. That's all the money I got for the land. You know, it says in there point blank, Ananias and Sapphira lied. Just because it's recorded in the Bible doesn't mean it's true. When it claims to be true, it's true. But not everything in the Bible is claimed to be true. Only a true record. Oh yeah, I love that one, Darkblade. That one's fun. Yeah, I love that one. That one's fantastic. I just threw the gold earrings into the fire. I don't know where this cow came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably the best.
That's a really good one. Can you say liar? That was that quote from Aaron. Priceless. Priceless. Undemil says, for real. Yep. So it's like Scott Worthen, Hassat rather than Hathor, son of Hassat. Yes, yeah, it's not Hathor. The golden calf is not Hathor. It is the son of Hassat. Okay, so if you want the Egyptians, it's Sahasat. So it's Sahasat. So A lion ate our brother. It must be true. See? We got the coat. Yeah, so Joseph tried to essay me. There's another one. Oh yeah. The Bible is full of things that are not actually true, but they're a true record of what was said. So yeah, they're a true record of people lying.
And that's what the Bible is showing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it portrays human nature.
Yeah, it does portray human nature.
There's gonna be a lot of corruption and lies.
Yeah.
Trying to weasel out.
Yeah, it is an accurate portrayal of human nature. Human nature does awful things. It lies, it cheats, it commits idolatry, it commits murder, it shifts the blame.
Own up to it.
It does not want to own up to responsibility. Yeah. Yeah, it's an accurate portrayal of human nature. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, there's some awful stuff in there. It's not an endorsement of that stuff. It's not basically saying that that stuff is true in fact. It's just saying that this is what happened. So, Gandalf the Paste. You mean to tell me there's sin in the Bible? Say it ain't so. Could be. Could be. So, I mean... yeah, so, I mean, we get this all the time, you know? So, you know, when the early church fathers are coming up with this theology, they're believing Satan's words in Luke 4, like it's gospel truth. Oh, boy. And you can't trust that guy. The guy he's the father of lies. Maybe that's maybe that's a hint. Satan's the father of lies. You know, I think a lot of the early church fathers are brilliant. I do think a lot of the early church fathers are brilliant. But dang, sometimes they're naive and incredulous. Okay? And how they got this Christus Victor theology just sort of strains credulity at times.
Is this you know, a lot of it that they're just going on what their Sunday school.
Well, there wasn't any Sunday school back in the early church father days.
But
Today, yes, probably much more
people don't.
yeah, back then they read critically, but they didn't have that insight too of the theological reflection that say where they takes things like context into consideration. So it's the credulity of, say, the early church fathers isn't the same as the credulity of fundamentalism today. So the early church fathers, they treated it as a sacred text. Very quickly started treating it like a sacred text. It only took, like, you know, a generation or two for them to really revere it as a special sacred text. You know, so the credulity of the early church is more the fact that they don't have the context. So they're trying to reconcile things the way they know best, and they're having to sometimes try to derive this theology as they go.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
Down,
Yeah.
because he said not a single city's been.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Gandalf the Base here kind of nails it. They were a young church trying to understand the teaching of the apostles, scattered sometimes by hundreds of miles and no modern tech. They did the best they could with what they had, and I absolutely agree with that assessment. I think that hits the nail on the head, really, because that is what we would expect from, say, given what we know about the early church fathers. So, yeah, absolutely agree with that. Okay, I'll take one more here. We're down to the last AT ministry question for the night here, which is, how do we know that 1st and 3rd Corinthians were spicy? Okay, because it's talked about. Paul discusses it in his other letters that he talks about his previous letters to the Corinthians, where he gives them a good tongue lashing. Yeah, apparently, we sometimes we look at, say, what we would call 1st and 2nd Corinthians, which was 2nd and 4th Corinthians, and we would say, okay, he's coming down pretty hard on the Corinthians. And later on, in one place in the passage, and I don't remember where it is exactly, he says that, really his other letters were worse. So that's how we know. It's through his own testimony. So well, I don't think they enjoyed it. BC for YT tongue lashing, they probably enjoyed it. No, I think they were embarrassed, and I think they did everything they could to make sure those letters never saw the light of day again. And that's fine. We don't need to know. We don't need to know. Curious to know, but we don't need to know. Just let those letters lie. They can just go sleep. We don't need to know about the Corinthians' past indiscretions. So, yeah, that would fall into the realm of gossip if we did, or detraction. Detraction is another possibility here. So, to know what he said to the Corinthians was all true, apparently, but it's not flattering information. So, and if they repented of it, there's no reason for us to know. Just like any personal sin matter.
That's an example.
Yeah.
If somebody sinned and they repented of it, it's not our business.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Very good role model.
It's a very good role model, as Mrs. Producer says, that if there's sin and it's repented of and amends are made, it's none of our business. It wasn't any of our business to find out what happened in 1st and 3rd Corinthians. None of our business. So, as long as they repented, and as long as the appropriate steps for that repentance were done, not our concern. Not our circus, not our monkeys.
If all parties involved are satisfied, satisfied,
yeah. If all the parties are satisfied that repentance has been completed, then it's none of our business. So, All right. So that is going to be the last super chat of the night. Do we want to take any non-super chats? And we are almost at midnight anyway. So, let's see here. Let's see here. Had one up from Rita. Yeah, I think we cover all, at least 721. All right. We kind of touched on that already. We did answer that. Yeah, I think we've answered almost, at least all the, most of the interesting, questions. I'll take this one from Ryan Cohenkamp, from 822. There was no idol in the middle of the cherubim. He's talking about the Ark of the Covenant here. So it's different than others, right? Yeah, there's no idol between the wings of the cherubim. It's an empty space. So it's different than other analogous ritual processional furniture. Like, say, the palanquin thrones, sacred barks. All of those had basically where you had, say, cherubim on them. There was an idol between the wings of the cherubim. So the Ark of the Covenant is unique in the respect that there's no idol there. So none at all.
The idol was a unit that.
Yeah.
So the lack of symbolic that God could.
Yeah, there is the fact that at least in Levantine religion, idols were used to trap a god, to extort a god. That's always fun. Yeah, you know, the gods are not someone you serve necessarily, but you do extort them. Often. Egyptian gods didn't put up with that, but apparently Levantine gods did. So, the fact that there's no, say, idol on the ark infers that God is not bound to be trapped in an idol. So, yeah, puny God. Puny God. Yep, puny God. Yeah, best line of that whole movie.
I need to, or I
BC asks, do I need to pent before I can repent? Is penting a problem? What if I'm a serial penter? I have no idea.
Good
It's a good question. Don't know. Okay. Scott Worthen asks, what's your take on Iranan theodicy? I don't know. I don't know exactly what Iranan theodicy is. I know what theodicy is, which is the source of sin, but I don't know exactly what Iranan theodicy is. So, theodicies are not really my specialization. So, it's hard for me to say exactly what is being asked there. Again, I don't keep up on that stuff. All right. So I think We don't have a lot more questions here, so I think what we're going to do is probably call it a night. What do you say about that?
The Egyptian working to
Oh, okay, we can take that. We'll end with that one. The 1014? 1014, okay. I will answer that quickly before I do 1014 here. His Dark Blades other question first on the metaphysics of the feeding of the 10,000, because he's asked it a number of times. All right. He says, "Well, how did the metaphysics of the feeding of the 5,000 work?" I can't tell you because it's a category error. It's kind of like asking the. It's like, what's the color of the sound it made? Okay. Metaphysics is basically how the world works. Okay.
BC.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
What time?
I just
And funding. Okay.
answered
All right.
it was under.
Oh, sometimes I have ideas. Okay, yeah. All right. BC asks a super chat. We'll answer this because we almost skipped it. Ooh. For $5, thank you for the super chat. Sometimes I have ideas for various apologetics, but don't have the requisite qualifications to be taken seriously. Can I donate my ideas to experts? Well, you could, but they're probably not going to take them. All right.
But there's nothing saying you can't write papers on
Yeah,
your own.
there's nothing saying you can't write papers on your own, even if you don't have the requisite qualifications. Here's the thing: that most experts have more than enough ideas on their own. I know. Lame. Yeah, sure. I don't deny that. Okay. The problem is that, as I say, most experts have more than enough ideas and more than enough work that they don't need more work. That's. I mean, it's true in my case, where I have so many papers I need to work on and so many papers I need to publish that I'll just never get them all done. So,
But he should do his own research. And if he submits it to a journal or something, you don't have to
BC4YT says, yeah, but they don't have to be my ideas. Look, I mean, if they're good ideas, you should publish them on your own. I mean, nobody wants to take other people's ideas. Nobody wants that. It's not that the ideas aren't good. It's just that we have our own ideas, and we're all busy. So we're busy with writing our own things. I mean, look, I'm swamped. I am absolutely swamped. I mean, I'm writing a chapter for my publisher. I've got a backlog of 20 papers that I need to actually get published. Yeah, I've got more ideas than I can handle. I can't give the stuff away. I'm sorry.
because it's his idea, it's valid.
Yeah.
And write it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's your idea, you should be the one writing it. Oh, look, you can always ask the experts to evaluate your idea. Okay? Write the paper, ask experts to evaluate your idea, see if your idea has legs, and then go get it published.
They
But
don't look for qualifications. They
No.
block names. When they peer review it, they block names.
a lot of peer reviewed publications do not require you to have credentials. They're just looking for good ideas expressed well and competently. So if you can do that, then yeah, then you should be doing the writing and the publishing, because experts don't have the time for it. They just don't have the time. We've got our own fields of research, we've got our own specializations, and that fills our days. So it's not that your ideas aren't good, it's that we don't have the time. There's only so many hours in the day, and I gotta sleep sometime.
You should take a journal, like,
Mhm.
look at what they publish, and write this what they're looking for.
I mean, to tell you how crazy it is for me, I got 3 hours of sleep last night. 3. That's not uncommon during times when you have to write. So, I mean, if we're not sleeping as it is, we're not going to be picking up extra ideas that, just aren't part of our specialization and not directly part of our interest. So, BC4IT says, it's also possible they aren't good. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that until you actually try. Yep. The first paper I wrote was never accepted by scholarship. That happens. My second paper was. Okay, so your first paper is not always going to be great, just like your first novel's not good. In fact, if you write novels, you're going to have the unsettling feeling that your first 5 novels are not going to be good. In fact, they're better thrown away. Novel number 6 probably will be pretty good. Same thing with papers. Academic papers are the same way. Your first one's not going to be great, but your second, third one might be. You don't know. So you really have to you're going to have to really do this yourself. But you can always ask for scholars to assist you to evaluate your paper or your ideas. Many of them are happy to do that, provided it's not too long. Okay? I mean, if you plop a 100-page tome on their desk, they're probably not going to be happy with you. But a 10-page paper, they'll probably read that very quickly and get that back to you. Or just write them an email. Write them an email saying, hey, I've got this great idea. Here's the idea. They won't steal it. Trust me on that one. Because frankly, as I said, your typical academic writer has tons of ideas. They don't need any more. So it's normally very safe to send your ideas to other scholars to have them evaluate them. I used to do this with Alan Millard. When I had an idea that was maybe a little dodgy, send it to Alan Millard, and he would tell me the truth. Not always nicely, but he told me the truth. Well, I didn't expect nice from him either, no. We wanted honesty, not nice. So, yeah, Scott says, gotta throw a lot so you know it sticks on the wall. Exactly. Yeah, it's the way it works. So, BC, I hope that helps. Yeah, we do want to encourage people to write, because writing is the way ideas get preserved and passed along. So definitely, if you got a great idea, write it yourself, back it up with lots of citations, more evidence the better, and get out there. All right? So blessings, and I hope that helps. All right, we'll take one final question, and this will be the last question of the night, and it's from Dartblade. Did any Egyptian theophoric names include Inpu Anubis? Yes. Yes, there were. There were actually many theophoric names that included Inpu Anubis. So that was actually very, very common. In fact, some people were just called Inpu. That was, yes, Inpu. Oh no.
Yes. Some people.
Some people have bad names that don't translate well to English. Yes, that is the Egyptian word for Anubis. Yeah, that's how his name is pronounced in Egyptian. Okay, but yeah, there were theophoric names that did use Anubis. A lot of them. Okay, so you can actually look them up in the big resource for this is Ronca's Personam Nomen, which is a German publication. So, the best question to end on. You would. All right. Also, that said, we're going to call it a night here. I want to thank everyone who has supported our channel. We're getting to the end of year here, and things are tight thanks to the YouTube throttling. So we really, really appreciate to those who have supported our channel through your gifts and your, especially those who donate through PayPal. You guys, we get an extra, basically, bonus from that because that doesn't come, that's tax-free money for us. So we really appreciate that. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers. Oh! Got to announce this. For Patreon subscribers, there's a bonus this week for Patreon subscribers, which is that the cover reveal for book 3. No, just as long as we could be assured we could do. We needed the feedback. We got the feedback. Oh, we can do the feedback, yeah. Okay. I wouldn't have done it without that. All right. So, tax-free, and they don't take 30%. Exactly. Yeah. So if you donate through PayPal, they don't take the 30% cut, and it's tax-free for us. So that's important. But I was going to say, on Patreon, we got a special bonus, which is that our the cover reveal for book 3 of the War of the Gods series. That's the same series that is the Reliquary of the Dead, has been revealed on Patreon. So if you're a Patreon supporter, then you get to see that that new cover reveal. Okay? So, and then finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who basically watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, occasionally the boost button, and share the URLs with social media platforms. You guys get the mess out there. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. We're glad you could join us. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.